Chapter 533. But because of this, Commander Nye was able to see through their intentions. How dare you scheme against this old man, all of you must die. Immediately. Commander Nye shook his head fiercely. Without waiting for the dizziness to disappear, he stretched out his hands and charged towards Wolf King and Fatso. His entire body was filled with killing intent. But this was a very unwise choice. Because his head was in a dizzy state, he was unable to make a correct judgment, and was unable to notice the situation around him at the first moment. Just like now, Qin Feiyang had already circled behind him, but he did not notice it at all. Of course. If it were other war emperors, facing an expert like Commander Nye, they would definitely not have the courage to continue fighting. But Qin Feiyang and the others were different. No matter how strong the opponent was, they had the courage to fight. Moreover, their cooperation was also flawless. Just as Commander Nye was charging towards Wolf King and Fatso, Qin Feiyang, who had circled behind him, held the Chang Shui in his hand and slashed horizontally. That bone-piercing killing intent and sharpness made Commander Nye's entire body turn cold. Who's behind me? This was his first reaction. It was only now that he realized that Qin Feiyang had disappeared. There was no doubt that the person behind him was definitely Qin Feiyang. As the commander of the Cloud State, of course, it was impossible for him to be only at this level. In a flash, Commander Nye's body quickly bent down. The Chang Shui in Qin Feiyang's hand swept over his head, cutting off a strand of white hair. Little bastard, go to hell, Commander Nye roared. His aura was earth-shattering as it surged towards the two men and the wolf. The one who is going to die today is you. Fatso and Wolf King also roared as they smashed down with their ribs, once again smashing onto Commander Nye's head. Along with a cracking sound, the skull was shattered. Puff. But at the same time, they and Qin Feiyang were also sent flying by the aura, smashing into the wall of the cell. The blood and qi in their bodies were surging, and blood was spurting out. What happened? The guard captain's voice sounded from outside. Not good. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Although the captain's strength was not comparable to theirs, he was still an 8-star combat emperor. If he joined the battle, the situation would be reversed instantly. Therefore, he had to kill Commander Nye before the guard captain arrived. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Commander Nye. Commander Nye stood there, holding his bleeding head. His face was twisted as he screamed in pain. His white hair was dyed red by the blood. Obviously. Fatso and Wolf King's second attack dealt him a fatal blow. Fight. Qin Feiyang roared and decisively activated the battle formula. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly reached their peak state. Next. He grabbed the dagger and pounced forward. His battle intent was like a vast ocean that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Commander Nye shuddered and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Immediately, a black figure rapidly enlarged in his pupils. A glaring light streaked across the sky, exuding a sharp aura that could destroy the world. The next moment, he felt an ice-cold thing enter the top of his head, and penetrate his sea of consciousness. This thing was Chang Shui. Chang Shui was invincible. It could even break Mu Tianyang's divine bone, let alone a mere combat master. How is this possible? Commander Nye muttered subconsciously, and then began to howl hysterically. The sharp pain in his head made him wish he was dead. His consciousness was instantly swallowed by the darkness. Next, he fell head first to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness as he breathed his last breath and died. So what if you're a combat master? If you provoke me, I'll kill you all the same. Qin Feiyang muttered and landed steadily on the ground. He pulled out Chang Shui and looked at the corridor outside the door. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, at this moment, the guard captain came to the door of the cell. As soon as he saw Commander Nye lying on the ground, his eyes suddenly widened. He immediately lost his courage and fled outside as if he was running for his life. You want to escape? Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully, activated phantom steps, and caught up to the guard captain in the blink of an eye, killing him with a single slash. Next, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the prison gate. The other 9 guards were all standing at the door, staring at him with their mouths agape. Qin Feiyang did not kill them all. He turned and walked into the cell, looked at Wolf King and said, "You continue to cultivate, Fatso, and I will go to the inner hall." "You're going to escape?" The man and the wolf were stunned. "The Yunju Prefecture Lord will only let us go if I hand over the pill fire and the return word technique. This is obviously impossible. So if we stay here, we will die sooner or later. We might as well leave the prison first and think of another way to sneak into the inner hall," Qin Feiyang said. "That's true." Fatso nodded. "Then you guys be careful," Wolf King warned, and then said to Fatso, "As for this rib, I'll give it to you to protect yourself." Fatso played with the rib and chuckled, "You don't have to worry about us, you just have to focus on cultivation." TSK. "Who said brother is concerned about you? Brother just doesn't want to collect your corpses, it's troublesome." Wolf King disdained. "Crow's beak." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, waved his hand, and sent Wolf King to the castle. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang called out. Then, he turned around, and transformed into a streamer of light as he rushed outside. The 9 guards were still standing outside the door. One of them was holding an image crystal in his hand, and was sending a message to someone. But when they saw Qin Feiyang and Fatso come out, the 9 of them were like birds startled by the twang of a bow, and immediately fled in fear. Qin Feiyang and Fatso didn't chase after them. Walking out of the prison, they directly opened a transmission door and left. In the sky above the plain outside the Spirit Cloud Mountains, the 2 appeared out of thin air. Fatso glanced around, and seeing that there was no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Boss, what's the next step?" Qin Feiyang said, "We can't use the identities of Ma San and Zhong Liu anymore." Fatso said, "That's easy, just change the identity." Qin Feiyang nodded, turned to Fatso, and said, "Now, you still don't want to tell me?" Fatso's eyes trembled, and he lowered his head for a moment, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, to tell you the truth, I'm actually from Yunju." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fatso said, "My home is in the capital of Yunju." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, looking a little unhappy, and said, "So, you've been lying to us?" Fatso lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." Qin Feiyang said, "Your parents were killed by fierce beasts in order to protect the village. Is that also a fabrication?" "Yes." Fatso nodded. "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He always had a clear conscience about Fatso. Because no matter what good things happened, he would never forget Fatso. It could be said that without him, Fatso would not have today's achievements. The most important thing was that he gave all the medicinal materials to Fatso for safekeeping, and even told him his true identity. This was enough to show his trust in Fatso. But he didn't expect that Fatso had been lying to him. He felt a little uncomfortable, and even a little angry. "Boss, calm down first and listen to me slowly. At first, I said this because I didn't know you for long and didn't trust you very much. Later, after slowly interacting with you, I realized that you, Brother Wolf, and Lu Hong are all trustworthy people. Especially after knowing your true identity, I wanted to be honest with you. But I was afraid that if I said it, it would ruin our relationship. Because I know you hate being lied to the most, so I kept delaying and didn't dare to say it. Boss, I'm really sorry." Fatso lowered his head, his face full of guilt and regret. Qin Feiyang was silent. Fatso's heart gradually became uneasy. Sigh. In the end, Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. Although Fatso lied to them, Fatso had never done anything to let them down since they met. This also showed that Fatso did treat them as close friends. In one's life, one could make many friends, but it was extremely rare to have a true friend. There was no need to ruin this rare friendship for some trivial matters. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's not too late to be honest now, we're still good brothers." Fatso was slightly stunned and immediately overjoyed, saying hurriedly, "Thank you, boss." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Tell me, why are you in the spiritual state? Why are you back now?" Hearing these 2 questions, Fatso's expression immediately changed. There was anger. There was sadness. There was also nostalgia. This matter started more than 10 years ago. Back then, My Sichu family was famous in Yunju, and my grandfather was one of the 4 city lords, controlling the west city of Yunju. After a long time, Fatso spoke. You have such a powerful background. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Back then, although I wasn't very talented, I could still do whatever I wanted in Yunju city. But when I was 8 years old, a catastrophe befell me, Fatso said with intense murderous intent in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. He asked, what catastrophe? My grandfather was deeply loved by the mansion master, and the Sichu family was also at its peak. After a long time like this, it naturally attracted the jealousy of others. Especially the other 3 mansion masters. Seeing that the Sichu family was getting stronger day by day, the 3 of them finally couldn't help but make a move on the Sichu family. Their first target was my grandfather. At that time, they used an excuse to lure my grandfather deep into the mountains and joined forces to kill him. Then, they framed my grandfather, saying that he had ulterior motives and wanted to kill the mansion master to replace him. The mansion master, that old witch, didn't have a brain. She actually believed their nonsense. On the 3rd day after my grandfather's death, the old witch personally gave the order to annihilate the entire Sichu family. My father and mother saw that the situation was not good, so they immediately brought me and a few of my brothers to escape through the night. But in the end, no one managed to escape. All of them died an unnatural death, Fatso said with a face full of hatred. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He never expected Fatso to have such a tragic past. It was no wonder that Fatso wanted to come to Yunju. It turned out that this was his homeland, his roots. There was also a blood feud that was irreconcilable. You're not fighting alone now. The white-eyed wolf and I will stand behind you. If there's trouble, we'll face it together. If there's a grudge, we'll take revenge together. Qin Feiyang reached out and patted Fatso's shoulder. His eyes shone with a sharp, cold light. Fatso's body trembled, and he could not help but burst into tears. He said, "Thank you, boss. It's the greatest fortune of my life to be able to meet all of you. You're treating me like an outsider." Chapter 534. The 8-year-old Fatso had probably just started cultivating. How could he have escaped? He even escaped to the Yang County of the spiritual state. It was my father and the butler who saved me. The situation was very dangerous. My brothers were all killed, and I was the only one who survived. My father didn't want the Sichu family to cover the retreat, so he used his heavily injured body to block the enemy, giving me and the butler a chance to escape. The fatty spoke in a low voice, and there was a sadness that couldn't be dissolved between his brows. I see. Qin Feiyang understood and asked, "What about the butler?" "I don't know. Because not long after I escaped, I passed out. When I woke up, I was already in the Yang County, but the butler left me a letter," Fatso said. After all, he was only 8 years old and was still a child. How could he have endured such a heavy blow? Qin Feiyang asked, "What did the letter say?" Fatso said, "He told me to live on strong and not to think about revenge." Not to take revenge? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The butler must have thought that I didn't have the ability to take revenge. Because among my brothers and sisters, my talent was the worst. But the heavens played a big joke on me and let me live in the end. Fatso shook his head and laughed at himself. Qin Feiyang smiled. The heavens must have their reasons for letting you live. That's right. Before I met you, I never thought about revenge. Because I didn't have the confidence. But since I met you, I knew that I still had a chance. Fatso clenched his fists, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. Qin Feiyang asked, "You came to Yunju this time to take revenge?" "No." The butler also mentioned in the letter that he would come back to collect the bodies of my parents and clansmen so that they can rest in peace. So this time, I came back mainly to find the butler and pay my respects to my parents and clansmen. As for revenge, I know, boss, you will definitely help me. But I want to kill them with my own hands to avenge my parents, my brothers, and my clansmen, Fatso said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. If it were him, he wouldn't have asked others for help either. And now, Fatso obviously didn't have the ability to do so. Let's not talk about the Cloud State Mansion Lord, just the 3 city lords were all experts of the War Master realm. With Fatso's strength as a 7-star combat emperor, it was impossible for him to kill them. However, just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean that he couldn't do it in the future. One had to know. Fatso had been reborn a long time ago. His talent was unmatched in the entire Yunju. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could kill his enemies with his own hand. Qin Feiyang said, "Then have you thought about how to find the butler?" "Where can I find it?" "I don't know either. The Sichu family was exterminated because of the crime of rebellion. If the butler is still alive, he will definitely hide his identity. The chances of finding him are too slim. Unless I reveal my true identity. But doing so will definitely attract the attention of the 3 city lords and that old witch." Fatso frowned, unable to make up his mind for a moment. Qin Feiyang said, "Since we don't have any leads now, then let's go to the continent city to take a look. Maybe we can find some clues inadvertently." "Yes." Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know the coordinates of the continent city?" "Of course I know." Fatso took out a teleportation gate and opened it. The two of them walked in one after another. Thousands of miles away from the Spirit Cloud mountain range, there was a huge city. The tall city wall was like a giant python lying on the ground, emitting a cold aura. Inside the city wall, buildings of different heights stood tall and majestic. On the ancient streets, there was an endless stream of people crossing each other. This was the continent city of the Cloud State, and it was bigger than the continent city of the Spirit State. The continent city only had one gate, which was located in the east. Outside the gate, there was a plain about a few miles wide. There were no trees, but the ground was full of green grass. Between the grass, wildflowers were blooming, and butterflies were dancing. Many children were running and playing on the plain. The younger ones were 5 or 6 years old, and the older ones were 11 or 12 years old. Laughter could be heard everywhere. It was a peaceful atmosphere. But at the end of the plain, there were endless mountains and rivers. This was a heaven for beasts, a holy land for hunters, and a forbidden area for children. Everywhere was filled with killing intent. In a certain forest, 2 beasts were hunting. Swish. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Roar. The 2 beasts' eyes lit up and immediately pounced at them, but Fatso easily dealt with them. Then, the 2 of them took the illusion pill and changed their appearance slightly before walking out of the forest. A moment later, the 2 of them walked out of the forest and stopped at the edge of the plain. Looking at the children playing on the plain, Fatso fell into his memories. "When I was young, I often came here to play. I was the little overlord here, always followed by a bunch of kids. At that time, I thought it was quite impressive. Now that I think about it, it's quite funny." Fatso laughed. Qin Feiyang said, "Everyone has a happy time in their childhood. Wasn't he the same back in the imperial capital? But childhood was too short, and could only be a memory." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and said, "Since you were born here, shouldn't you know Mo Wuxian and the others?" "En." Fatso nodded, and then said, "But they are all older than me. When I was born, they were already disciples of the temple, so I didn't have much interaction with them." "Then why didn't you tell me when you saw them in the Spirit Cloud Mountain?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's because I'm not ready yet." Fatso chuckled. Qin Feiyang immediately rolled his eyes at him. Fatso smiled embarrassedly, looked around, and said, "It's been more than 10 years, but this place hasn't changed at all. Boss, I want to take a few more looks, is that okay?" "Up to you," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso walked towards the city gate unhurriedly. Looking at the familiar plain, looking at the carefree children, he seemed to have seen himself in the past, and a smile gradually crept onto his face. This smile was without any impurities, pure and innocent. After knowing each other for so long, it was the first time Qin Feiyang saw such a smile on Fatso's face. It seemed that Fatso still missed the cloud region. But then again, who didn't miss their home? Everyone who wandered outside hoped to return home and reunite with their family. Qin Feiyang was no exception. He really wanted to go back and see his mother, but there were always many helpless things in the world. He could only keep this longing in his heart. The two walked for a full hour across the several miles of plain before arriving at the city gate. Fatso finally collected his thoughts, looked up at the city gate, and whispered, "Father, Mother, I'm back, but you, will I be able to see you again?" Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, patted Fatso's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Go in." Fatso nodded. At the city gate, 4 black-armored guards stood straight, and their auras were extremely powerful. Here, not only were they responsible for interrogating people entering the city, but they also had to take care of the children playing on the plain to prevent them from being killed by ferocious beasts. But today, the interrogations were stricter than before. Everyone who came in and out had to be tested by the Heaven's Eye Stone. Therefore, there was a long line at the city gate. Qin Feiyang duo lined up at the back of the crowd. Looking at the Heaven's Eye Stones in the hands of those 4 guards, they could not help frowning. Fatso said in a low voice, "Boss, with the Heaven's Eye Stones, how do we sneak in?" This. Qin Feiyang mused for a while and asked, "Was it also like this in the past?" Fatso shook his head and said, "No, unless something major happened." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he looked at a middle-aged burly man in front of him. This person was stained with a lot of blood, and the smell of blood was pungent. He should be a hunter. Qin Feiyang patted the burly man's shoulder and said softly with a smile on his face, "Brother, can I ask you a question?" The burly man turned his head, revealing a rough face. On the left side of his face, there was a huge scar, looking somewhat repulsive. The burly man glanced at Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, "What question?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Is this a daily check in the continent city?" The burly man was stunned. "Is this your first time in the continent city?" "That's right. I've long heard of the continent city's reputation, so I've always wanted to come and take a look." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "The continent city isn't a good place either. There's nothing to look forward to. However, I'm puzzled as well. When I left the city yesterday, I didn't use the Heaven's Eye Stones to check. Why are they so strict today?" The burly man was puzzled as well. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did something major happen?" "I don't think so. In the past, whenever something major happened, a notice would be posted at the city gates. But this time, nothing was said. It's truly strange." The burly man said, "You don't know because you're not qualified to know." However, right then, the person in front of the burly man turned and looked at him in disdain. It was a young man dressed in a long black robe. He looked about 25 or 26 years old and had a dignified appearance. Unfortunately, he was a little arrogant and did not take anyone seriously. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at the black-robed young man as well. They realized that there was a small sword embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of the divine palace. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he was a disciple of the divine palace. However, judging from his aura, he was only a battle monarch. The burly man raised his eyebrows and wanted to fly into a rage. However, when he saw the small sword, his pupils constricted and he revealed a respectful expression. Qin Feiyang asked, "Brother, do you know the reason?" "Of course I do." The black-robed young man smiled proudly, but he continued, "But why should I tell you?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly. He took out a healing elixir with 1 pattern from his Chenkuan bag and handed it to the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man's eyes lit up when he saw it. However, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He threw the elixir on the ground and stomped it into pieces. Then he said, "I'm a disciple of the divine palace. Am I worth this? You're courting death." Fatso's eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at the elixir on the ground and felt that the black-robed young man was stepping on his face. A trace of killing intent appeared in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face. He looked at the black-robed young man and smiled. "Can I have a word with you?" The black-robed young man's heart skipped a beat. He said, "I have to tell you in advance that I don't like ordinary goods." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I promise I won't let you down. You said it. If you can't satisfy me, you're finished." The black-robed young man glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and walked towards the forest on the other side of the plain with his head held high. Chapter 535. A while later, the trio entered the woods. Seeing that there was no one around, the black-shirted young man turned toward Qin Feiyang and reached out his hand. "Let me have a look at them." Qin Feiyang immediately took 2 steps backward and crossed his arms in front of his chest with a smirk on his face. Fatso rubbed his hands and walked toward the black-shirted young man with a smirk. Seeing this, the black-shirted young man raised his eyebrows and snapped, "What are you trying to do? Take a guess." Fatso smirked. "I don't care what you're trying to do, but I'll give you a piece of advice. You better apologize to me at once, or else you won't be able to survive in this city," the black-shirted young man said coldly. "Ouch." Fatso uttered a strange cry and landed in front of the black-shirted young man with a sudden leap, before lashing out a slap. 8. Following a cry of agony, the black-shirted young man was sent crashing into the trunk of a giant tree behind him like a meteorite, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fatso went up to him and stomped on his face, before saying in a disdainful tone, "A mere battle emperor dares to be smug in front of us. Are you tired of living?" The black-shirted young man immediately realized that he had messed up this time. However, as he recalled his identity as a disciple of the Sacred Hall, he immediately became courageous and snapped, "Piece of shit, let go of your foot at once. Otherwise, it's useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy." Still smug. The fatty was so angry that he laughed. He applied more force to his foot, causing the black-shirted young man's face to deform. "You dare to break the pill given by our leader? Are you tired of living?" Crack. As soon as Fatso finished his sentence, the black-shirted young man's nose was broken, causing blood to spurt out. "Even Mo Wuxian, Yang Tianfeng, and Pan Wuyan are nothing in our eyes. Who do you think you are?" Fatso added as he applied more force to his foot. Following a piercing crack, the black-shirted young man's bones began to shatter. Hearing this, the black-shirted young man's heart was filled with astonishment. Even the 3 martial emperors were nothing in their eyes. Who exactly were these 2 that dared to utter such disdainful words? But regardless of whether it was true or not, he panicked. This was because his skull was about to reach its limit. If this continued, his head would definitely explode. Death was approaching. He hurriedly said, "Brothers, who's your brother? Are you worthy?" Fatso was filled with disdain. "Not worthy, not worthy. Sirs, I have eyes but failed to see. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me off this time. What do you want to know? I'll tell you the truth." The black-clothed youth hurriedly changed the way he addressed her and begged. Fatso teased, "Then tell me, how much are you worth as a disciple of the holy sanctum?" The black-clothed youth said, "It's only worth that healing pill." "Bullshit." Fatso moved his foot away and immediately slapped the black-clothed youth's face again. He said with contempt, "Trash like you isn't even worth 1/10,000th of that healing pill." The black-clothed young man nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I'm worthless. I can't even compare to a pile of dog shit." "Then how dare you step on it?" Fatso slapped him again and said, "Tell me, what should we do now? Please, stop hitting me. We'll do whatever you say, okay?" The black-clothed youth covered his swollen face and begged. He was filled with regret. Why was he so stupid to provoke these 2 fiends? Wasn't he asking for trouble? Fatso rolled his eyes. He must be thinking of some torture method. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. "Don't waste time. Consider yourself lucky." Fatso snorted and got up. "Tell me, why is the investigation so strict today?" The black-clothed youth said, "It's because of Ma San and Zhong Liu." The 2 couldn't help but be stunned. Not long ago, Ma San and Zhong Liu killed Commander Nai and the guard captain in the prison and escaped from the prison. That's why the mansion master ordered the investigation to be stricter. The black-clothed youth said. "Then why not announce it?" Fatso frowned. It said that the mansion master thinks that a commander dying in the hands of 2 inner palace disciples is a great humiliation to Yunju. That's why he didn't announce it and only a small number of people know about it. The black-clothed youth said. "That's right. Such a useless commander will only be a joke if people know about it." Fatso chuckled. "Useless commander." The black-clothed youth's eyes trembled. Just who were these 2 people? How could they dare to say such words? Qin Feiyang said, then where did you hear about it? The black-clothed youth did not dare to hide anything. He said, I have a cousin who's an inner palace disciple. He told me. Fatso was stunned. He said, that's what gives you the right to be arrogant. I was wrong. I won't be arrogant anymore. My lords, I've told you everything you want to know. Please let me go. The black-clothed youth knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. A hole was formed on the ground and his head was bleeding. It's too late to regret now. Fatso's eyes flashed with murderous intent. But at this time, Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Fatso. He looked at the black-clothed youth and said, what's your cousin's name? The black-clothed youth said, Xia Hai. Qin Feiyang said, is he an alchemist? Yes. The black-clothed youth nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. This Xia Hai could be used. He said, call your cousin here immediately. As long as you cooperate, I won't kill you. The black-clothed youth hesitated. Fatso shouted, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. No, I'll call him. I'll call him right away. The black-clothed youth's body and mind trembled. He hurriedly took out the image crystal and quickly recovered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed youth also walked to the side. Soon, a shadow condensed. It was a white-clothed youth, about 1.75 meters tall. His long hair was like a waterfall, messily draped over his shoulders. His temperament was quite extraordinary. This person was Xia Hai. Qin Feiyang also saw this person on the plains outside the Spirit Cloud Mountain, but he didn't have a deep impression of him. As soon as Xia Hai appeared, he saw the black-clothed youth's face swollen like a pig's head. He immediately frowned and asked, who beat you up like this? The black-clothed youth lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't know how to answer. Xia Hai raised his eyebrows and shouted, speak. The black-clothed youth's eyes trembled as if he was afraid of Xia Hai. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed youth. Is there someone next to you? This action immediately aroused Xia Hai's suspicion. Fatso was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, he found out? It doesn't matter. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed beside the black-clothed youth. He looked up at Xia Hai and said, your cousin owes me a lot of money. I've been lenient for a long time. If he doesn't pay it back today, I'll have to dig a hole and bury him. Owes you money? Xia Hai raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, are you kidding me? My Xia family is powerful in the city. How could we owe you money? So what if you have money? It's a fact that he owes me money. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Xia Hai frowned and said, how much does he owe you? 500 million. Qin Feiyang said casually. 500 million was nothing for an inner hall disciple. Xia Hai frowned and looked at the black-clothed youth. He said, is this true? The black-clothed youth nodded. Xia Hai was immediately furious and shouted, bastard, how did you owe me money? The black-clothed youth was flustered. Qin Feiyang said lightly, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Hurry up and give me the money. Xia Hai's eyes darkened. He said, tell me the coordinates. I'll send it to you immediately. But don't hurt him again. Okay, I'll wait for you. But remember, don't play any tricks. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. After saying that, he gave the coordinates to Xia Hai. A mere 500 million gold coins isn't worth me playing tricks on. Xia Hai snorted and turned off the image crystal. Fatso was puzzled. Boss, why didn't you say more? Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said with a smile, if I said more, Xia Hai is not here to pay back the money. He's here to kill us. Fatso thought for a while and nodded with a smile. That's right. Their purpose was to lure Xia Hai here. If they were to say that the number was beyond what Xia Hai could bear, Xia Hai would definitely have the intention to kill them and bring people to kill them. After all, Xia Hai had said that the Xia family was very powerful. The Xia family in the city? Xia Hai. But suddenly, Fatso was stunned and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Swish. At this moment, a white figure appeared out of thin air above the three of them. It was Xia Hai. Xia Hai looked down at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. He took out a Chenkuan bag and said, "There are 500 million gold coins in here. Check it yourself." After saying that, he threw the Chenkuan bag down. Qin Feiyang caught the Chenkuan bag, glanced at it and put it away. Xia Hai said, "Can you let him go now?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded at Fatso. However, Fatso lowered his head and turned a blind eye. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with suspicion, but he didn't ask any questions. The pressure of an 8-star combat emperor emerged and pounced towards Xia Hai with an earth-shattering force. Immediately, Xia Hai was imprisoned in the void. So strong. Xia Hai's heart trembled and said angrily, "I have already given you the gold coins. What else do you want?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The debt is just an excuse to lure you here. What I really need is the coordinates of the inner hall." "Excuse?" Xia Hai was stunned. The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Why did this person want the coordinates of the inner hall? Qin Feiyang said, "You have no choice but to tell me the coordinates. Otherwise, you and your cousin will die here." Xia Hai glared at the black-clothed youth and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Who are you?" "I said, I don't want to talk nonsense." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He was losing his patience. Xia Hai was silent for a while and said, "Okay, I will tell you. But I hope you can keep your promise." Qin Feiyang nodded. After Xia Hai told him the coordinates, Qin Feiyang did not go back on his word and said to Fatso, "Knock them out and confiscate their image crystal." However, Fatso was still silent, as if he did not hear anything. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Fatso suspiciously. At this moment. Chapter 536. Xia Changfeng? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Who was this? Xia Hai's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Fatty shouted, "Hurry up and tell me. Xia Changfeng is the ancestor of my Xia family. You don't even know this? Are you really from the city?" Xia Hai frowned. The youth in black said, "Cousin, this is their first time in the city. No wonder you're so ignorant. I might as well tell you that my Xia family's ancestor is the city lord of the eastern city. If you know what's good for you, immediately withdraw your pressure and apologize to us. Otherwise, you'll all die." Knowing that it was Qin Feiyang and Xia Hai's first time in the city, Xia Hai's face was filled with contempt and arrogance. However, he didn't notice that deep in Fatso's eyes, there was already a bone-piercing killing intent. Fatso said in a low voice, "I've never heard of you before. You shouldn't be Xia Changfeng's direct descendants." "Yes. So what if I'm not a direct descendant of the Xia family? My talent is many times better than those direct descendants' trash." Fatso's words seemed to have stepped on Xia Hai's tail. He immediately became anxious and roared. It seemed that he had a big prejudice against the direct descendants of the Xia family. He was probably bullied by the direct descendants of the Xia family. "Your words aren't wrong. How could someone as despicable and shameless as Xia Changfeng, who has done all sorts of evil deeds, raise a decent descendant?" Fatso sneered. Qin Feiyang finally understood that this Xia Changfeng was one of the murderers who had killed Fatso's grandfather. "Who are you? What kind of grudge does my ancestor have with you? If there really is a grudge, you can just go for him. Why look for us?" Xia Hai said angrily. "The hatred of my family's extermination is absolutely irreconcilable. Even if you're not a direct descendant of the Xia family, you still deserve to die." The fatty's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and the killing intent hidden in his eyes suddenly burst out. Xia Hai and Xia Hai's expressions changed. The hatred of extermination. When had their ancestor ever exterminated another family? Fatso clenched his fists. "Do you still remember the Situ family from more than 10 years ago?" The Situ family. The two felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their bodies and minds shaking. More than 10 years ago, the Situ clan was one of the super clans in the Cloud Prefecture. They were extremely powerful and influential. How could they not know? "You're a direct descendant of the Situ family?" "No. Back then, the Situ clan rebelled and was exterminated. It's impossible for anyone to be alive." The two shook their heads, Their eyes by surprise if there was no accident with it. I would have died but I high use today, I chenses by bice by far. The fatty's killing intent was ignited, and he pointed his finger at the two black-robed youths. Battle chi surged like a tide, and instantly engulfed the two black-robed youths. There was no accompanied by a shrill scream, the black-clothed youth died on the spot. So strong. Xia Hai's face was pale as he said in horror, every injustice has its perpetrator. Xia Changfeng was the one who exterminated the Situ family. If you want revenge, you should be looking for him. Why did you kill the innocent? My Situ family had more than 10,000 people, but they were all killed by them. Aren't they also killing the innocent? Fatso roared, his eyes were red and filled with endless hatred. He took a step forward and landed in front of Xia Hai, grabbing his neck. Don't blame me for being cruel. You can only blame yourself for being a member of the Xia family. After that, his fingers tightened and with a crack, Xia Hai's throat was crushed. Blood spurted out. This is just the beginning. Just wait to tremble. Then, Fatso let go and let Xia Hai's body fall to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the city, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso and pointed his index finger in the air. An invisible force surged toward Xia Hai and Xia Hai's bodies. Boom. Immediately, the two corpses shattered without a trace. Then Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso again and said, if you really want to take revenge, now is also the time. No. Fatso shook his head and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, saying, I must kill them with my own hands. Only then will I be able to face my parents' souls. All right. Qin Feiyang did not try to persuade him. He took out an illusory form pill and changed into Xia Hai's appearance, saying, I'm going to the inner hall, what about you? Fatso pondered for a moment, then said, I'll go to the city to try my luck. Maybe the steward is hiding in the city. That's fine too. But when you meet those people, don't be impulsive. Do what you can. Qin Feiyang warned. Fatso withdrew his killing intent and laughed. Do you think Fat Lord is an impulsive person? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he was 120% confident in Fatso. How should he put it? This guy knew how to assess the situation. If he was confident, he would fight. If he wasn't, he would run. This was not a compliment, nor was it saying that Fatso was cowardly. On the contrary, with Fatso's personality, he was destined to live longer than others. As for whether Fatso could sneak into the city, he did not consider it. Because with Fatso's brain, it was not difficult at all. With a wave of his hand, a portal opened. Qin Feiyang took out a white robe from his Chenkuan bag and walked in without looking back. This robe was the uniform of the temple. And the uniforms of the temple of the 9 great prefectures were the same. The next moment, Qin Feiyang descended on a giant peak. The giant peak was more than 1,000 feet tall, like a giant sword, towering majestically. At the top of the giant peak sat a huge palace, exuding an ancient aura. Around it was an endless mountain range. The mountains were stacked, and the vegetation was lush. Qin Feiyang scanned the place and realized that it was similar to the inner palace in the cloud state. It should be located deep in the mountains. Swoosh. He dove down and landed on the square in front of the palace. He raised his head and saw the words Pill Fire Palace. There were also people going in and out of the Pill Fire Palace. When they saw Qin Feiyang, they greeted him politely. Qin Feiyang also smiled and nodded at them. He was pondering in his heart. It was not difficult to sneak into the inner palace, and it was also easy to escape from the inner palace. However, it would not be easy to snatch the Pill Fire. Because the Pill Fire must have an owner. Logically speaking, it should be in the hands of the Temple Master of the Pill Hall. Needless to say, the Temple Master of the Pill Hall must be a battle master. Phew. A moment later, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and walked towards the Pill Fire Palace. There were still more than 3 months before the 9-state war. He was not in a hurry to take action. He was waiting for the best opportunity. But first, he had to figure out the exact location of the Pill Fire. Using Xia Hai's identity, he successfully entered the Pill Fire Palace and soon arrived at the bottom of the well. After observing for a moment, he had a plan in his heart. The Pill-Fire Palace here was slightly different from the Pill-Fire Palace in the inner palace of the spiritual state. The Pill-Fire Palace in the spiritual state only had 10 alchemy rooms on each floor. Here, there were 20 alchemy rooms from the first floor to the 9th floor. Only the 10th floor had 10 alchemy rooms. Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on the 10th floor. He glanced at the number on the stone door and frowned slightly. In the Pill Tower in the Forgotten Land, the alchemy room used by the Tower Master did not have a number on the stone door. The fire of heavenly thunder was inside. The Sacred Palace in the Cloud State, the Pill-Fire Palace in the Inner Palace, and the Pill-Fire Palace here, had a number on each stone door. In other words, these 10 alchemy rooms were for the disciples. If that was the case, where was the Pill Hall Master's alchemy room? Because the Pill Fire was most likely in the Pill Hall Master's alchemy room. He was aware of this problem before, but he never thought about it. Because he did not want to snatch the Pill Fire from the inner palace of the spiritual state. But now, he had to think about it. Boom. At this moment, the stone door of alchemy room number 1 suddenly opened. Qin Feiyang turned around and saw a familiar man in white walking out of the alchemy room. It was none other than Mo Wuxian. Enemies always meet. This saying is true. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Mo Wuxian also saw Qin Feiyang, but he just glanced at him and did not pay attention to him at all. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and landed in front of Mo Wuxian. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior brother Mo, what's the matter?" Mo Wuxian raised his eyebrows and looked at him expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang said, "I heard that Ma-san escaped. Senior brother, you have to be careful." Him. Mo Wuxian lifted the corner of his mouth and said with a trace of disdain, "Thank you for your concern. I will be careful. If there is nothing else, get out of my way." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "One more thing, I wonder if I can borrow senior brother Mo's alchemy room?" Mo Wuxian immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you looking for death?" Since he became the owner of alchemy room number 1, no one had ever dared to ask him to borrow it. "I just want to use it. I will not cause any trouble to senior brother Mo. Please help me. Moreover, even if you don't do it for the sake of the monk, do it for the sake of my ancestor." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and begged. But before he could finish speaking, Mo Wuxian suddenly attacked and slapped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also reacted in time and quickly retreated. "If you are a descendant of the Xia family, I will give you face. But who do you think you are? You are just a disciple of a branch family. Get lost as far as you can. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude. Besides, with your talent in alchemy, do you think you deserve to be in alchemy room number 1? Mo Wuxian said coldly before he turned around and left. Serves him right. How dare he borrow Mo Wuxian's alchemy room? He should take a look at his status. This is the consequence of overestimating his own strength. This scene was seen by a few passers-by below and they could not help but mock and ridicule. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the passers-by, saying, "Where is my alchemy room? Aren't you in alchemy room number 23? You don't even remember this, are you stupid?" Of course he is. Yes, he was humiliated by Mo Wuxian. It would be strange if he did not lose his mind. Use your brain when you do things in the future. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about. The passers-by mocked again. Qin Feiyang ignored them and landed on the 9th floor. He found alchemy room number 23 and walked in. Idiot. Chapter 537. After entering the alchemy room, Qin Feiyang ignored everything inside and took out the image crystal. Buzz. As the battle chi surged in, the image crystal shone brightly. After a while, an illusory figure was condensed. It was a beautiful woman. She looked dignified and charming. When the beautiful woman saw Qin Feiyang, she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Bastard, you're finally willing to send a message back?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Elder Lu, don't be so fierce." Fierce? Lu Yun was so angry that he laughed and said, "You call this fierce? Let me tell you, if you're beside me now, I'll skin you alive." Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Also, "Old master, Pill Hall Master, Grand Hall Master, Wang Hong, they are even angrier than me. Just wait to be taught a lesson. Lu Yun gloated. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed like his escape this time had angered everyone. Tell me honestly, are you in the cloud region now? As long as you tell me, I'll speak for you when you return. Lu Yun said. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He was determined not to reveal it. Otherwise, once the old master heard about it, he would definitely send someone to capture him. Then where are you? The Great War of the 9 States is about to begin. Don't miss the time. Lu Yun said. I won't. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said solemnly, I promise you that I'll rush back before the Great War of the 9 States begins. It's best if you can rush back. Otherwise, you'll be beaten up. Lu Yun sneered and said indifferently, Then why are you looking for me now? Qin Feiyang said, I want to ask you something. Lu Yun said, Speak. Qin Feiyang said, Where are the alchemy fires of the Sacred Hall and the Inner Hall? Why are you asking about this? Are you trying to get your hands on the alchemy fires? Let me tell you, you'd better get rid of that thought. Lu Yun immediately reprimanded him again. Your imagination is too rich. Even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't have such thoughts. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Really? Lu Yun was taken aback as he looked at him suspiciously. She was a little worried because she knew this brat too well. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. Really? I swear. Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. Why couldn't they trust him? Besides, when he was in the spiritual state, he didn't seem to have done anything outrageous. Your oath is equivalent to fart. Lu Yun rolled his eyes at him and said, The alchemy fires of the Inner Hall and the Sacred Hall are in Alchemy Room 1. This time, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why haven't I heard of it? However, the pill fire is in the secret room, and the secret door to the secret room can only be opened with the blood of the pill fire hall master. Lu Yun added. Only blood can open it. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this the same situation as the pill pagoda? Then, he asked, what about the hall master's alchemy? With disciples like you, why would the hall master need to do alchemy? Besides, even if he does, would you dare to refuse to borrow your alchemy room? Lu Yun was disdainful. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So it was that simple? Is there anything else? Lu Yun asked. No, take care of yourself. Qin Feiyang quickly said and turned off the image crystal to avoid being reprimanded again. Brat. Lu Yun, who was in the spiritual state, couldn't help but shake her head and scold him. Then, she lowered her head and pondered. If this brat wasn't in the cloud state, where was he? Alchemy Room 1, at the same time. Qin Feiyang also lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Originally, he didn't want to bother with Mo Wuxian for the time being, but he didn't expect the pill fire to be in Alchemy Room 1. In this case, he could only compete with Mo Wuxian again. Without hesitation, he walked out of the alchemy room and flew to the 10th floor. He walked straight to Alchemy Room 1 and kicked the stone door open with a loud bang. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, the stone doors opened one after another, and young men and women walked out. Xia Hai. Seeing Qin Feiyang standing at the door of Alchemy Room 1, they were immediately surprised. Xia Hai, what are you doing? Do you know that your current actions will bring you a fatal calamity? Get out, this is not a place you should be. The people in Alchemy Rooms 2 and 10 on the 10th floor also walked out of the Alchemy Room one after another, looking at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and walked in directly. He went in. Did this guy eat a leopard's guts? Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Someone shouted, quickly inform Mo Wuxian. Yes, yes, yes. When Mo Wuxian comes back, there will be a good show to watch. This audacious guy will definitely die miserably. Immediately, cold smiles appeared on everyone's faces. A young woman on the 10th floor immediately took out an image crystal and sent a message to Mo Wuxian. Mo Wuxian was in the resource hall, buying herbs. You're courting death. As soon as he received the message, he immediately flew out of the resource hall and flew towards the pill fire hall without even bothering to buy herbs. That's Mo Wuxian's voice. What happened? Why is he so angry? Mo Wuxian's roar alarmed everyone in the inner hall. A large group of people rushed out of the cultivation hall and rushed towards the Pillfire Hall. The 10th floor. When Mo Wuxian came back and saw the alchemy room wide open, the anger in his heart was uncontrollable. It was a great humiliation for any alchemist to have their alchemy room broken into. Not to mention Mo Wuxian, who was extremely conceited and arrogant. Senior brother Mo, we tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. We must teach him a lesson. The 9 people from alchemy rooms 2 and 10 swarmed up and surrounded Mo Wuxian, talking non-stop. They were all filled with righteous indignation. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with Mo Wuxian. Naturally, they wouldn't let it go. How dare he break into my alchemy room? He'll die today. Mo Wuxian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he strode into the alchemy room. The 9 people also gathered at the door and looked inside. Qin Feiyang was sitting in the lounge. When he saw Mo Wuxian enter, he immediately looked up and smiled at him. Mo Wuxian walked into the lounge and looked at him arrogantly. Tell me, how do you want to die? Die. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. I've never thought of dying. Mo Wuxian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, then you should think about it carefully. It's too tiring to think about this. Let's do something more practical. Let's compete in alchemy. If I win, alchemy room 1 will be mine. If I lose, I'll take off my clothes and run 3 laps around the inner hall. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. What? Challenge Mo Wuxian? Did this guy's head get kicked by a donkey? What kind of talent does Mo Wuxian have? They're not even on the same level. He actually dares to compete with Mo Wuxian in alchemy? The 9 people at the door were stunned. They seriously wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Mo Wuxian also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. After a while, he recovered and said, What did you just say? Can you say it again? Qin Feiyang smiled. I said, I want to challenge you to an alchemy competition. Do you hear me now? Haha, Mo Wuxian suddenly raised his head and laughed. Challenge senior brother Mo? Compete in alchemy with senior brother Mo? How can you do such a stupid thing? Is there something wrong with your head? The 9 people at the door laughed until tears flowed down their faces. The women laughed until they were trembling. When the 9 people said this, the entire Pillfire Palace was in an uproar. Some people were stunned. Some people were shocked. But in the end, all of them laughed without exception. Their eyes were full of mockery. What are you laughing about? Why are you so happy? Suddenly, a curious voice sounded. Everyone looked down and saw a few young men and women at the bottom of the courtyard. They were Yang Tianfeng, Pan Wuyan, Liu Yunfeng, and Pei Sanxia. Although these 4 people were from the cultivation palace, they were all geniuses of the inner hall. No matter where they were, they could come and go as they pleased. Senior brother Yang, you came at the right time. That's right. If we came a little later, we would have missed this good show. Let me tell you. Xia Hai is going to challenge senior brother Mo now. And it's an alchemy competition. Everyone was talking at once. Challenge Mo Wuxian? Yang Tianfeng and the other 3 looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 4 of them flew up and landed on the 10th floor one after another. They walked toward alchemy room number 1. The 9 people standing at the door immediately retreated to the side. Although they were all alchemists, their cultivation was too far away from Yang Tianfeng and the other 3. Therefore, they did not dare to show their arrogance in front of the 4. The 4 of them walked to the door and looked inside. They were stunned. Xia Hai was really inside. This was going to be fun. Yang Tianfeng and Pan Wuyan walked into the resting room uninvited. Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sanxia wanted to go in, but they did not have the courage. After all, they knew Mo Wuxian's temper too well. They did not dare to offend him. Yang Tianfeng crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a mocking tone, Xia Hai, you are so capable. You still dare to challenge Mo Wuxian. Qin Feiyang did not take this mocking to heart. He smiled faintly and said, the challenge is not fake, but senior brother Mo has not agreed. The 2 of them were stunned. Pan Wuyen looked at Mo Wuxian and said with a smile, Mo Wuxian, don't you dare to agree? What a joke. Mo Wuxian smiled coldly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I can compete with you, but the bet is not enough. Qin Feiyang said, what bet? Just say it. Yo. That's a big tone. Looks like you are very confident. Mo Wuxian, I think you should not compete with him. Otherwise, you will lose face if you lose to him. Yang Tianfeng and Pei Sancha said with a smile. There is no need for you to pretend. I will accept this challenge. But the loser will have to crawl out of here and run naked in the inner hall for 3 days. Do you dare? Mo Wuxian stared at Qin Feiyang with an aggressive gaze. The bet is so big. Qin Feiyang frowned. He seemed to be a little guilty. Mo Wuxian was about to mock him, but Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and nodded, I will try. Even if I lose, it is an honor to lose to senior brother Mo Honor. Yang Tianfeng and Pei Sancha looked at each other and shook their heads. This bootlicking was really good. Since that's the case, let's begin. Coincidentally, the two of us can be witnesses. Chapter 538. Witness. Qin Feiyang looked at Pan Wuyen with disdain. She clearly wanted to see him make a fool of himself. What witness? What a hypocrite. But he was still a little confident in alchemy. Who would become the joke would soon be revealed. Mo Wuxian said at this time, I won't bully the weak. What pill do you want to refine? You choose. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, sighed deeply, and said, anyway, I don't have much chance of winning. Whatever pill you are good at, you can refine it. Hearing this compliment, Mo Wuxian's face suddenly showed a trace of pride. But then, his eyebrows raised. No chance of winning, and he still chose the pill he was good at. Why did these words sound like he was playing with him? However, he quickly discarded this thought. What could a piece of trash possibly do? It must be a hopeless case. Then let's refine the simplest first-grade pill, healing pill. After Mo Wuxian finished speaking, he directly turned around and entered the alchemy room. He took out a set of medicinal ingredients for the healing pill, turned on the alchemy fire, and began refining. Qin Feiyang also entered the alchemy room, but his attention was not on Mo Wuxian, but on the alchemy fire. It was actually a purple alchemy fire. It looked very good, like a blooming purple gold flower. Then, he scanned the walls around the alchemy room. Where was this secret door? Done. Suddenly, Mo Wuxian's voice sounded. So fast. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Mo Wuxian turned off the alchemy fire, turned to face Qin Feiyang, and slowly opened his 5 fingers. A bright pill suddenly entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Yi. When he saw the pill, Qin Feiyang was quite surprised. This healing pill actually had 2 alchemy patterns, and the light emitted by the 2 alchemy patterns was almost the same. Not bad. No wonder this person could become the mansion master's disciple. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the capital. Yang Tianfeng said, in my opinion, there is no need to compete. Pan Wuyen nodded and said, that's right. A medicinal pill with 2 pill marks is not what everybody can refine. Although they had grudges with Mo Wuxian, they still recognized his talent in alchemy. I think so too. But I still have to try to find out. Qin Feiyang walked to the side of the alchemy furnace with a guilty conscience. He turned on the alchemy fire, and then his spiritual force emerged and rushed towards the alchemy fire. This was his first time refining pills here, so he had to fuse his mental strength with the alchemy fire first. Half an hour passed. He was finally able to control the alchemy fire as he wished. Without any hesitation, he took out a set of ingredients and began to concoct. Once an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether or not he was an expert. Seeing Qin Feiyang's actions, Mo Wuxian's pupils shrank. This technique was even more skillful than his. Furthermore, this speed was even faster than his. Don't worry. Alchemy was not a competition of technique or speed, but mental energy. Faced with the same alchemy fire and alchemy furnace, the higher one's spiritual power, the higher the quality of the pills refined. He had full confidence in his mental strength. In less than 15 breaths, a stream of light flew out from the alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and turned off the alchemy fire, but he did not turn around. Pan Wuyen and Mo Wuxian could not help but frown. Mo Wuxian said, "Don't keep us in suspense, hurry up." "Sigh. I just wanted to borrow your alchemy room, but why do you have to be so aggressive? If you were willing to lend it to me, these things would not have happened, and you would not have to run around naked." Qin Feiyang sighed without turning his head. "Stop pretending." Mo Wuxian sneered. He did not believe that this person could concoct better pills than him. "Actually, I'm a very low-key person. I think fighting for fame and fortune is meaningless, but I have no choice, I live to fight for my pride." Qin Feiyang finally turned around and looked at Mo Wuxian with a smile. "From now on, the alchemy genius of the inner hall is no longer you, it's me, Xia Hai." After saying that, he threw the pill to Mo Wuxian. Mo Wuxian caught it in his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain, and lowered his head to look. The moment he opened his 5 fingers, there was a loud bang, like a bolt from the blue, shaking his body and mind. Pan Wuyen and Mo Wuxian also looked at the pill lying in Mo Wuxian's palm, their faces were full of disbelief. 3 veins. It was actually 3 veins. How was this possible? Was this a dream? Qin Feiyang ignored them, walked into the lounge, leaned on the chair, and closed his eyes to recuperate. He knew that it would be difficult for the 3 of them to accept this fact. Sure enough. After about 100 breaths, the 3 of them suddenly came back to their senses. Immediately, they all looked at Qin Feiyang. Mo Wuxian's eyes were extremely gloomy, because until now, he understood that Qin Feiyang's previous actions were purely to play with him. Pan Wuyen and Mo Wuxian's eyes were shining. They did not expect. There were actually so many terrifying people hidden in the inner hall. First, it was Ma San and Zhong Liu. They had always been unknown, but in the end, they showed their power in the Spirit Cloud Mountain, not only snatching the alchemy fire, but also killing Commander Nai, shocking the entire Yunju. Now, it was this Xia Hai. His alchemy talent was even more terrifying than Mo Wuxian's. They could not help but wonder if there were other terrifying people hidden in the inner hall. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, looked at Mo Wuxian, and said with a smile, "As the disciple of the mansion master, you have to keep your word." Mo Wuxian's hands suddenly clenched, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. "Crawl out on his knees. Run naked in the inner hall for 3 days." To him, this was more painful than death. "This is your own bet, if you don't do it, your name, Mo Wuxian, may become a joke." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Yes. A man should keep his word. Actually, this is nothing, it's just 3 days, no one will die." Pan Wuyen and the other 2 turned to look at Mo Wuxian, and their eyes became playful. The 3 of them had fallen out. Naturally, they would not let go of this good opportunity to humiliate Mo Wuxian. The most important thing was, although they were all kings of the inner hall, Mo Wuxian usually relied on his identity as the number 1 alchemist in the inner hall, and because he was the disciple of the mansion master, he often ordered them around. Now that they saw him embarrassed, they were quite happy. "If you really don't want to do it, I won't force you. After all, your family is powerful, and you have the mansion master's support. And I am just a disciple of the Xia family, insignificant, I don't want to be killed because of this." Seeing that Mo Wuxian did not move, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Don't provoke me with words. I, Mo Wuxian, always keep my word. But you better remember, I will make you pay for this sooner or later." Mo Wuxian's face darkened, and he turned around, gritted his teeth, and crawled out with his head lowered. Mo Wuxian actually lost. Outside the door, Liu Yunfeng and the rest retreated to the side, their faces full of disbelief. The people on the 9 floors below were even more dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The number 1 alchemist in the inner hall actually lost to a trash like Xia Hai. Was the heavens joking with them? This matter quickly spread throughout the inner hall. Without a doubt. A huge uproar. Many people were unable to accept this matter. Even the palace masters of the 2 palaces found it inconceivable. "Xia Hai, I didn't expect you to hide so well. You will be the number 1 alchemist in the inner hall in the future, please take care of me." In the alchemy room, Pan Wuyen and Yang Tianfeng did not leave, and their tone was full of flattery. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Both of you are the kings of the inner hall, I'm afraid I can't be friends with you." The two of them were shocked. It seemed that this person did not like them very much. "What are you talking about? You are treating me like an outsider." "That's right, we are brothers from the same sect, we should protect and take care of each other." The two of them smiled and licked their lips. Although this person was just a branch disciple of the Shia family and had a low status, once this matter was exposed, whether it was the Shia family or the upper echelons of the sanctuary, their attitude would immediately change. This was because the value of an alchemist who could refine 3-pill veins was immeasurable. Even if he was not strong, he would be the target of countless people. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them silently. What was the difference between the two of them now? He did not want to have too much contact with people like them. "If there is nothing else, I will not see you off." Although he said it very tactfully, anyone who understood would know that he was chasing the two of them away. Yang Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen's eyes were filled with anger. They were already humble enough, but he was still not satisfied. "Shia Hai, everything in the world is balanced. I don't know if you have heard of this saying, where there is gain, there is loss. Although you are now famous, you will be in danger from now on. Because Mo Wuxian will not let you go. And with your strength, you are not his opponent. Only by working with us, can you survive in the inner palace." The two of them said without hiding anything. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. If there is anything I need your help with, I will not hesitate." Pan Wuyen laughed and said, "If you do not make your stand clear, we may not help you when the time comes. To be honest, I do not expect you to help. We are all smart people. The so-called care and support is just you using me and me using you." Qin Feiyang said. "All right, let's wait and see." The two of them laughed coldly and did not say anything else. They turned and left. But not long after the two of them left, a white figure suddenly appeared in the alchemy room. Qin Feiyang raised his head and his pupils constricted. It was a middle-aged man, about 1.8 meters tall, with distinct facial features and white hair. His white robe was spotless, and his eyebrows were filled with vicissitudes of life. But there was no small arrow symbol on his chest. It was enough to show that he was a big shot in the inner palace. Most importantly, the aura he exuded was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. All signs pointed to the possibility that this person was the Pill Fire Palace Lord. Qin Feiyang quickly got up and cupped his hands. "Disciple Shia Hai greets my lord." He could not be sure if this person was the Pill Fire Palace Lord because he had never seen him before, so he could only call him Lord. Chapter 539. The middle-aged man said, "Even Mo Wuxian was forced to run naked by you. How capable." Qin Feiyang lowered his head, looking a little nervous. "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to blame you. On the contrary, I'm very happy that an alchemy genius like you appeared in the sacred hall. Go and refine another elixir for me to see," the middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang pretended to be relieved and turned to walk towards the alchemy room. Just as he turned around, a glint flashed in his eyes. He could basically conclude that this person was the hall master of the Pillfire Hall. Because only he had the right to call himself the hall master. Of course. He could also be the hall master of the martial arts hall, but the possibility was not high. Qin Feiyang walked to the cauldron and turned on the alchemy fire. He quickly refined a healing elixir. The middle-aged man looked at it and was immediately in high spirits. "What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Not bad. But I'm very curious. Did you really keep a low profile and keep a low profile?" The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned and laughed. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." If a person was too dazzling, he would definitely be envied by others. The trouble would be small, and he might even lose his life. The fact that this person could understand this was enough to show that he had a good temperament. The middle-aged man stopped laughing and asked, "Then why didn't you continue to keep a low profile?" "To enter the imperial capital. And I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, a trace of desire in his eyes. The middle-aged man suddenly understood. Indeed. Entering the imperial capital was the dream of every living being in the 9 prefectures. He was no exception. Unfortunately, the imperial capital was like a real dream. It was out of his reach. It's good to fight for your goal, but it's not that easy to enter the imperial capital. Although you're talented in alchemy, your cultivation is still lacking. Also, there are people in other prefectures who are as talented as you. The middle-aged man said. Who? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. There was actually someone who could compare with him. The mansion master told me a while ago that a genius alchemist was born in the spiritual state. His name is Qin Feiyang. It's said that no one in the spiritual state can compare with him in terms of alchemy. Most importantly, not only is this person exceptionally monstrous in alchemy, even his cultivation talent is rarely seen in 10,000 years. If you want to enter the imperial capital, you have to defeat him first. The middle-aged man said. My name has already spread to Yunju? Qin Feiyang was a little surprised, but he quickly concealed it. He nodded solemnly and said, this disciple will work hard. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, don't go anywhere before the Great War of the 9 states begins. Stay here and cultivate. As for Mo Wuxian's streaking, I will explain it to the estate master. Don't worry. All right. Thank you, Hall Master. Qin Feiyang replied respectfully. Now, he was sure that this person was the Pill Hall Master. Only the Pill Hall Master would protect the alchemists under his faction like this. If it was the Martial Arts Hall Master, he wouldn't care so much. Then, the Pill Hall Master opened the teleportation door and left. Qin Feiyang's eyes also shone brightly. Now that he had taken over alchemy room number 1, he had to find the location of the secret door. As for Mo Wuxian, Pan Wuyen, and Yang Tianfeng, they were just small interludes to him. Without any delay, Qin Feiyang started to wander around the alchemy room. However, after searching everywhere, he couldn't find any traces of the secret door on the walls. All the walls were one. He then walked into the resting room and the cultivation room, but he still couldn't find anything. Strange. Could it be that the layout here is different from the inner palace of the spiritual state? Qin Feiyang frowned. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he returned to the alchemy room and kept knocking on the walls. If there was really a secret door, he should be able to find the answer through this method. After a moment, when Qin Feiyang knocked on the wall behind the alchemy furnace, he suddenly stopped. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. It was because the knocking sound on this wall was different from the other places. The sounds from other places were very deep and resounding. However, the sound here gave him a sense of emptiness. He increased his strength and knocked on the wall again. Boom. This time, the emptiness was more obvious. Could this be the secret door? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He used 1/10 of his strength and knocked on the wall again. This time, there was a faint echo. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He knocked on the wall a few more times. Finally, he was sure that the secret door was here. However, he tried. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't open the secret door. It seems like I have to get the blood of the Pill Hall Master. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. The cultivation of the Pill Hall Master was unfathomable. It was basically hopeless to get his blood. No. Now, he was only one step away from success. How could he be discouraged now? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He could even kill Commander Nai. How could he kill the Pill Hall Master? No matter how strong the Pill Hall Master was, he wouldn't be stronger than a commander under the Mansion Master. It wasn't difficult to think of a perfect plan. Qin Feiyang entered the resting room. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Dong. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door interrupted Qin Feiyang's thoughts. Qin Feiyang frowned. He stood up and walked to the stone door. When he opened the stone door, a rough face entered his sight. It was a young man. He was around 23 or 24 years old. He was tall and wore a white robe. He was also a disciple of the Pill Fire Palace. However, his eyebrows were filled with arrogance. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the young man said in a strange tone, "Xia Hai, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Even Mo Wuxian wasn't your opponent." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Where did this retard come from? The young man glanced at him and walked into the alchemy room. It was as if the alchemy room number 1 belonged to him. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could this person be Xia Hai's friend? But this kind of arrogance didn't seem like the attitude of a friend to a friend at all. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the young man. He asked, "What's the matter? Yo, what's with your attitude? Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you can create an elixir with 3 elixir patterns. Let me tell you. No matter how great you are, you're just a dog of the Xia family." The young man let out a strange cry and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang in disdain. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He was from the Xia family. From his tone, he should be a direct descendant of the Xia family. Are you done? If you're done, then get lost. Putting aside the fact that the Xia family was Fatty's enemy, based on this person's attitude, he did not want to say anything more. You dare to tell me to get lost? Do you believe that I'll cripple you right now? The young man didn't expect Xia Hai to be so arrogant. If you don't leave, I'll really cripple you. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Originally, he didn't have any feelings towards the Xia family. It was limited to being Fatso's enemy. But now, he started to hate the Xia family. If he really had the ability, he should go and bully Mo Wuxian and the others. What's wrong with bullying his own people? After all, Xia Hai's surname was Xia. Although he was just a branch of the Xia family, he was still a part of the Xia family. He looked at the young man again. He was stunned and didn't recover for a long time. Obviously, he didn't expect Xia Hai to talk to him like this. However, he didn't know that the Xia Hai standing in front of him was no longer the Xia Hai of the past. He couldn't afford to offend the current Xia Hai. However, the young man didn't realize this. When he came back to his senses, his eyes immediately revealed an ominous glint as he kicked Qin Feiyang. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang was also angry. He dashed forward, grabbed the young man's neck, and squeezed hard. The young man suddenly felt suffocated. His eyes were filled with fear. Only now did he realize that the Xia Hai in front of him had changed. He was no longer the weak, incompetent, and cowardly trash. Don't kill me, I'm just here to deliver a message. Looking at Qin Feiyang's murderous eyes, the young man couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He used all his strength to speak intermittently and with great difficulty. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, loosened his grip, and said, "I don't want to listen to your nonsense." Cough cough. The young man lay on the ground, greedily gasping for air. At the same time, he covered his throat and kept coughing. His face was filled with fear. "Hurry up!" Qin Feiyang shouted. The young man's body trembled. He quickly took a few deep breaths, got up, and said, "Patriarch and ancestor sent you a message before, but you didn't respond. So they sent me to deliver a message to you, asking you to go back immediately. Why didn't they let me go back before? Now that they know that I can refine pills with 3 veins, they want me to go back immediately. Isn't that a little too realistic?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Now, he finally understood why Xia Hai was so angry when he mentioned the direct descendants of the Xia family. If it were him, he would have done the same. The young man was silent. The fear in his eyes could not be concealed. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, "Tell them that when I have time, I will go back." Fatso would make a move on the Xia family sooner or later. Although Fatso had made it clear that he didn't want his help, as a friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch. So, he might as well take this opportunity to understand the Xia family's background and pave the way for the future. "You have time." The young man was stunned and said with some difficulty, "Can't I go back now?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't want to repeat myself." Yes. The young man nodded and said carefully, "Why don't you send them a message?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I accidentally broke the image crystal. I haven't had the time to buy it yet." The young man was hesitant. Get lost. Qin Feiyang's patience was finally worn out. Okay, I'll get lost immediately, sorry to disturb you. After saying that, the young man ran out as if he was running for his life. The Xia family, when I get the blood, I'll come and meet you. Chapter 540. Time passed quietly. An hour later, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. His eyes shone brightly as he walked out of the resting room and opened the stone door. There were only a few people in the Pill Fire Hall at this moment. The rest were watching Mo Wuxian run naked outside. Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, they immediately fled into the alchemy room and closed the stone door tightly, as if guarding against thieves. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was speechless. Although he was not a kind person, he was still a reasonable person. Was there a need to be so scared? He walked out of the Pill Fire Hall with a gloomy mood and saw more than 100 people gathered in the square, whispering about something. Xia Hai. Suddenly, someone noticed Qin Feiyang. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Qin Feiyang in unison, but their expressions were different. Some were surprised. Some were incredulous. Some were fawning. The square in the Resource Hall and Cultivation Hall was also crowded with people who came to watch the fun. Qin Feiyang scanned the crowd, then looked up at Mo Wuxian, who was running naked high in the sky. Coincidentally, Mo Wuxian also looked at Qin Feiyang. The moment their gazes met, invisible sparks flew from the collision of their gazes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he smiled faintly. Don't you have to take off your clothes if you run naked? Why are you still wearing underpants? As soon as he said this, Mo Wuxian immediately staggered and almost fell from the sky. The people in the Cultivation Hall and Resource Hall also noticed Qin Feiyang, and their faces immediately twitched. He actually asked Mo Wuxian to take off his underpants. Wasn't this too much? After all, he was an inner hall heaven's pride. Shouldn't there be a limit to humiliation? Moreover, one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. After all, Mo Wuxian was the mansion master's disciple. Even if he did not give Mo Wuxian face, shouldn't he at least give the mansion master some face? Seeing everyone's reaction, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He turned and flew toward an empty mountain peak. As soon as he left, the three main peaks were in an uproar. The mountain was thousands of feet high. The vegetation was lush. Qin Feiyang stood at the top of the mountain and looked down at the mountain stream. No one knew what he was thinking. Actually, he was waiting for someone. Because he knew that someone would definitely come looking for him. True enough. Not long after, a hideous-looking young man dressed in black quietly came to the peak of the mountain. He hid behind a rock and curiously sized up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, "Come out." The black-clothed youth was bewildered. Did they discover him? Or was there someone else hiding nearby? The black-clothed youth couldn't help but look to his sides and behind him, but he didn't see anyone else. However, when he turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang again, Qin Feiyang was standing in front of him. Immediately, the black-clothed youth shuddered and quickly retreated. He stood more than 10 meters away and looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed youth expressionlessly and said, "You've got guts. How dare you follow me?" I didn't." The black-clothed youth shook his head in panic. "You didn't?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "If I'm not wrong, you must be wondering whether I'm Xia Hai or not." Hearing this, the black-clothed youth became more and more flustered. Qin Feiyang's eyes also became more and more unfriendly. But suddenly, a faint smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face as he said, "He-Ju, I admire you very much because you are a very smart person who understands the situation very well. But sometimes, don't be too smart for your own good. Senior brother Xia is very right, but I really don't deserve to be called smart." He-Ju said fearfully. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Don't be humble. Although you usually act weak and useless, it's just a facade that you use to confuse everyone." He-Ju's heart trembled. When Qin Feiyang said this, he didn't continue and asked, "Do you know where the Hall Master lives?" "Hall Master?" He-Ju was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "May I ask which Hall Master you're talking about?" Qin Feiyang said, "The Hall Master of the Pill Hall." He-Ju's eyes lit up and said, "If the Hall Master isn't in the inner hall, Then he must be deep in the mountains of the sacred palace. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, "Are there any famous places near the capital?" "Yes. White Horse Mountain," He Ju said. "Location, coordinates." Qin Feiyang said, "White Horse Mountain is located in the south of the city. It's more than 10 miles away from the capital." After He Ju finished speaking, he also told Qin Feiyang the coordinates. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he opened the teleportation door and left. He Ju finally let out a sigh of relief. But then, his eyes flickered. This Xia Hai, whether it was his eyes or his demeanor, he had Ma San's shadow. And just like Ma San, he didn't know anything about the capital. This person should be Ma San in disguise. But who was Ma San in disguise? In fact, he already knew that this Ma San wasn't Ma San. The real Ma San had died long ago. But as a smart person, he chose to keep quiet. After all, he even dared to kill Commander Nai. Killing an inner hall disciple like him would be a piece of cake. Not only is he powerful, but his alchemy talent is also monstrous. That's incredible. He Ju looked at the sky with a hint of sadness. He knew the truth, but he didn't dare to say it. That was the sorrow of a small figure. At the same time, Qin Feiyang landed on top of a giant mountain. The giant mountain was hundreds of feet tall. There was no soil, grass, or trees. It was a giant rock. And there was no other color. It was as white as jade. From afar, it really looked like a horse running on the ground. It was extraordinary. This was the White Horse Mountain. Qin Feiyang surveyed the terrain and then entered the castle. He asked Lu Hong for a pen and paper and scribbled a line of words. Then, he folded the paper and put it in an envelope. Then he wrote a few big words on the envelope. Then, Qin Feiyang put the envelope in his arms and left the castle. He changed his appearance slightly and then rushed to the capital. Midnight. The waning moon hung in the sky. The earth was dark. A vague white figure avoided the guard's inspection and quietly entered the capital. He went straight to the central city. An hour passed. This figure stopped in front of the gate of the Holy Palace and looked at the reception hall. The gate of the hall was wide open. Inside, there was candlelight flickering. Through the candlelight, one could clearly see two old men sitting opposite each other, drinking and chatting. One of them was wearing white clothes, while the other was wearing black clothes. The eyes of the figure in the dark flashed slightly. He took out an envelope and waved it. Immediately, the envelope was like a flying blade. It pierced through the sky and flew towards the two old men in the hall. At the same time, that figure also left quietly. Inside the hall, the two old men heard the piercing sound and immediately stood up to look. The old man in white clothes stretched out his old hand and grabbed the envelope. The two of them lowered their heads and saw a few big words on the front of the envelope. To the Pill Hall Master. Who are you? Please come out and meet us. The two of them looked at each other and rushed out of the hall at the same time. They stood in the middle of the plaza and scanned the surroundings. However, not only did they not see anyone, but they also did not receive any response. The old man in white clothes said, "I'll go and find the hall master. You stay here and watch. If you find anyone suspicious, take him down immediately." The old man in black clothes nodded. Whoosh! The white-robed old man soared into the air and flew towards the depths of the inner palace. In the inner hall, there was an undulating mountain range. Under the night sky, it emitted a mysterious aura. In the middle of the mountain, there were 3 courtyards. The courtyards were huge. Inside, there were flower gardens, orchards, small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions. It was like a paradise. This was the residence of the 3 great leaders of the sacred palace. The old man in white clothes pierced through the night sky and landed in front of one of the courtyards. He bowed and said, "Hall Master, I have something to ask you. Come in." A calm voice could be heard from the pavilion. The old man in white clothes pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked into the parlor of the pavilion. At the same time, candlelight was also lit up in the pavilion. A middle-aged man in white clothes walked down from upstairs. He looked at the old man in white clothes and asked, "What's the matter?" Someone sent a letter here just now. The old man in white clothes passed the letter to the pill hall master. The pill hall master looked at the letter and opened it. When he opened the letter and saw the content, he frowned slightly. There were only 2 paragraphs on the letter. The first paragraph: if you want to know where Ma San is, please come to the peak of the White Horse Mountain for a chat. The second paragraph: only you are allowed to come. After a while, the pill hall master looked at the old man in white hair and said, "Who sent it?" The old man in white clothes lowered his head and said, "I'm useless. I didn't see the person who sent the letter." "Okay. I know. You can leave now." The pill hall master waved his hand. After the old man in white clothes left, the pill hall master pondered for a while and his eyes flashed. "You broke into the sacred palace but no one knows. I want to see who you are." After mumbling, the pill hall master opened a teleportation door. He grabbed the letter and walked in. Outside the city, under the moonlight, the White Horse Mountain was like a piece of precious jade. It emitted a hazy luster. At the cliff of the peak of the mountain, a white figure stood against the wind. He looked at the vast mountains and rivers. His deep eyes were like the water in an ancient well. There were no ripples and it was extremely calm. Swoosh! Suddenly, this figure disappeared into thin air without a trace. Not long after the figure disappeared, another white figure descended on the peak of the mountain. It was the pill hall master. Looking at the empty peak of the mountain, the pill hall master said loudly, "I'm already here. Please show yourself." His energetic voice resounded through the night sky and reverberated in the mountain. It didn't disperse for a long time. However, there was no response. The pill hall master raised his eyebrows and said, "You asked me to come here, but you didn't show yourself. What's the meaning of this?" However, there was still no response. Between the brows of the pill hall's hall master, there was an obvious trace of anger. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white figure appeared at the cliff of the peak of the mountain. However, it disappeared instantly without leaving any trace. It was as if it never appeared. However, the pill hall master noticed it immediately. He hesitated for a while. Chapter 541. In the night sky, a dark cloud came from afar and gradually approached the waning moon. A gust of cold wind blew, giving people a sense of coolness. However, it couldn't get rid of the pill hall master's annoyance. He stood at the edge of the cliff and looked around. Other than his voice that reverberated in the heavens and earth, there was no other sound. It was dead silent. "Since you don't want to show yourself, I won't keep you company. Goodbye. Soon." The pill hall master lost his patience. He waved his hand and opened a portal. However, just as he was about to enter the portal, the mysterious white figure appeared again. At the same time, a ray of light pierced through the sky and went straight to the pill hall master. This scene was too sudden. Although the pill hall master was prepared, he couldn't dodge it. The ray of light brushed past his arm and cut his clothes. A wound appeared and blood spurted out. As for the mysterious figure, he grabbed a few drops of blood with his big hand and disappeared again. The pill hall master wanted to make a move. However, in the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared again. His eyes were filled with doubt. What's going on? At first, he thought that the mysterious man was hiding somewhere under the cliff. However, he didn't expect him to appear out of nowhere and disappear again. How could there be such a thing in the world? Could it be that he met a spirit? After waiting for a while, the mysterious man didn't appear again. The pill hall master clenched his fists and the anger in his heart was uncontrollable. He was obviously playing with him. Even when he was about to go berserk, he suddenly frowned and looked at the wound on his arm. All of a sudden, his gaze trembled. No. The letter said that he came here to tell him where Ma San was. However, when he came here, the mysterious man was hiding and didn't mention anything about Ma San. Moreover, when the mysterious man first appeared, there was already a huge problem. At first, he didn't think much about it and only thought that the mysterious man was playing tricks. However, after thinking about it calmly, he finally understood that the mysterious man did it on purpose. He wanted to lure him to the edge of the cliff and steal his blood when he wasn't paying attention. However, He was confused again. Why did he want to steal his blood? He wasn't a god. His blood was useless. No. Suddenly, the body of the Pill Hall's Hall Master trembled. He thought of the root of the problem. His blood was useful, and that was to open the secret door to the secret room where the alchemy fire was. Damn it. How dare you have designs on the alchemy fire? You deserve death. Immediately, the Pill Hall Master roared furiously. He turned around and walked towards the teleportation gate. Alas! But at this moment, a sigh was heard. The Pill Hall's Hall Master immediately stopped and turned around. He immediately saw the mysterious man appear again. Whoosh! After the mysterious person appeared, he immediately took a few steps back and stood opposite the Pill Hall Master. Who are you? The Pill Hall Master said in a deep voice. At this moment, in the sky, dark clouds covered the waning moon, and the world fell into darkness. I just want the alchemic flame. If you don't stop me, then I'll leave as soon as I get the alchemic flame. The mysterious man's voice sounded. In your dreams. The Pill Hall's Hall Master sneered. Battle chi surged out of his body and emitted a dazzling light. This place was instantly as bright as day. Shia Hai, why are you here? When he saw the mysterious man's face, the Pill Hall's Hall Master was dumbfounded. He was in disbelief. The white figure smiled faintly. Why can't it be me? That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. He was the one who delivered the letter. He was also the one who sneaked an attack on the Pill Hall's Hall Master. His plan was perfect. He got the blood successfully. Initially, he wanted to wait for the Pill Hall's Hall Master to leave before he went to the Pill Fire Hall to snatch the alchemic flame. However, he didn't expect the Pill Hall's Hall Master to figure out his motive. Right now, if the Pill Hall's Hall Master insisted on stopping him, he only had one choice, which was to kill him. The Pill Hall's Hall Master came back to his senses and asked regretfully, Alchemy Room Number 1 is already yours. Why do you still want to do this? Qin Feiyang said, I need it. I'll give you a chance. Give it up immediately. As long as you repent sincerely, I won't mention this to anyone, including the Chief Hall Master and the Mansion Master. The Pill Hall's Hall Master said. He was a person who cherished talents. He really didn't want to see this rare genius in alchemy go astray. Give up. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. I've worked so hard to reach this step. I can't give up. I sincerely beg you, don't stop me. This person's character wasn't bad. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to lay his hands on him. The Pill Hall's Hall Master said, then I'll also tell you that it's impossible. Boom. Qin Feiyang's body shook and a terrifying aura burst out. 8-star Combat Emperor. The Pill Hall's Hall Master's eyes trembled. He said in surprise, You've been hiding your cultivation before? Qin Feiyang didn't speak. He took a step forward and slapped the Pill Hall's Hall Master. Stubborn. If that's the case, I'll have to take you down first and make you repent slowly. The Pill Hall's Hall Master's eyes turned cold. His aura burst out like an avalanche. Immediately, Qin Feiyang felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move an inch. Break. He roared and his long hair danced in the wind. He was like a demon god that had descended to the world. His aura was so powerful that he instantly broke free from the restraints of the aura. What? The Pill Hall's Hall Master's expression changed. However, he didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his arm and slapped in the air. Two big hands met in an instant. However, right before they met, Qin Feiyang's palm emitted a dazzling golden light. Rumble. An earth-shattering boom suddenly exploded, breaking the opportunity of the mountains and rivers. Crack. At the same time, the flesh on Qin Feiyang's arm was torn open on the spot, and he was sent flying like a meteor. The White Horse Mountain beneath his feet was also shattered the moment the two of them clash. The Pill Hall's Hall Master only took a few steps back. It could be seen that his strength was definitely stronger than Commander Nai. However, at this moment, he stood in the air and was dumbfounded. His expression was filled with shock. This force was actually reflected back. This wasn't Ma-san's combat art. Although he had never seen Ma-san attack, someone had told him about it. Hence, He knew it very well. Swoosh. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said in a deep voice, "You're Ma San." Qin Feiyang stabilized his body and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Is it still important whether I'm Ma San or not?" "Indeed, it's not important." The Pill Hall's hall master muttered. He seemed to be struggling. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Stop immediately. I'll pretend that nothing happened tonight." "Thank you, Senior." Qin Feiyang bowed to the Pill Hall's hall master solemnly. This person was broad-minded and worthy of his respect. However, he was determined to get the alchemy fire. Nobody could stop him. Sigh. The Pill Hall's hall master sighed deeply. Whoosh. However, right after that, he turned into a ray of light and took the initiative to attack Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like lightning. He wasn't afraid at all. After consuming a healing elixir and a bone-replenishing elixir, he activated the battle character art without hesitation. The terrifying battle intent was like an erupting volcano. It soared to the sky and shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, his dark eyes and long hair turned blood red. It was as if a blood river was floating behind him. The Pill Hall's hall master was surprised. He shook his head and said, "Stop struggling. With your cultivation, you're no match for me. Because I'm a 3-star combat ancestor." He wasn't looking down on Qin Feiyang, nor was he showing off. It was the truth. More importantly, he wanted Qin Feiyang to back off. Because Qin Feiyang was only an 8-star combat emperor. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't cross a realm and kill a 3-star combat ancestor. Boom. The Pill Hall's hall master waved his hand. A dazzling battle intent turned into a torrent. It covered the sky and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. The terrifying aura caused the mountains and the earth to tremble violently. How would I know if I don't try? Returning ruins. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and pointed a finger. An invisible force roared out, and the void started to distort. Boom. The two collided. The terrifying shockwave of the battle spread in all directions and destroyed everything within a few miles. The giant mountain collapsed. The ancient trees were destroyed. The beasts died tragically. Blood flowed like a river. The rumbling sound was like thunder. It was deafening. It was simply the sign of the end of the world. Puff. At the same time, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Although a 2-star combat ancestor and a 3-star combat ancestor were only one small realm apart, the difference in their combat power was like heaven and earth. Even if he activated the battle formula, he still couldn't withstand it. But, as long as he used all his strength, it wasn't impossible to defeat this person. Clang. He raised his hand and waved. The red sword intent was like a wave that broke out from his body. In an instant, 20 flaming sword shadows appeared on top of his head. The shocking sharpness almost tore the sky apart. What a powerful combat formula. This should be a perfect combat formula. You're not Ma San. Who are you? The Pill Hall master shouted. He raised his hand and waved it down. A huge hand that blotted out the sky appeared out of thin air. Its might shook the surroundings, and it pressed down on Qin Feiyang with a speed as swift as a clap of thunder. Who I am is not important at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. 20 sword shadows soared into the sky and slashed at the giant hand. Clang. Boom. Along with loud noises, the sword shadows kept collapsing. The giant hand slapped down on Qin Feiyang like a hot knife through butter. Boom. Qin Feiyang was slapped down from the sky and shot into the ground. A giant pit appeared. Around the giant pit, cracks appeared and extended to the end of the world. The Pill Hall master didn't attack again. He stood in the sky and looked down at the deep pit. He asked, "Are you really going to go down?" "Yes." A firm voice was heard. Next. The bottom of the deep pit exploded. Soil and gravel flew all over the sky. Qin Feiyang flew out and stood in the sky with the Pill Hall master again. His body was covered in wounds as if he was bathed in blood. However, the battle intent in his body was even stronger than before. The Pill Hall master frowned. Although he didn't use his full strength for the previous palm, even a 2-star combat ancestor wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, he was still alive and didn't seem to be fatally injured. Chapter 542. Clang. Just as the Pill Hall Master was shocked by Qin Feiyang's tenacious vitality, a red battle sword suddenly appeared behind Qin Feiyang's back. That was his sword soul. Why are you so stubborn? You'd rather give up your life for the alchemy fire? Seeing that, the Pill Hall Master was instantly furious. He pointed his index finger in the air and the dazzling battle aura turned into a long river. It was majestic and it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Slash. Qin Feiyang roared. The sword soul trembled in the air and slashed forward. Flames raged and the entire void turned into a sea of fire. The flames shone in all directions. Roar. Moreover, almost at the same time, a loud roar could be heard from the sword soul. It shook the heavens and the earth. A flaming beast appeared. It only had a silhouette and no one could see what it looked like. No one knew what kind of beast it was, but it was ferocious. It was like a beast god had appeared. All the beasts within a 10-mile radius were crawling on the ground and shivering. That's his battle soul. The Pill Hall Master was stunned. There was a beast soul in the sword soul. Didn't that mean there were 2 battle souls? Boom. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. The sword soul and the battle aura clashed together. The destructive shockwaves were like raging waves in a vast ocean, surging out in all directions in an overwhelming manner. The mountains collapsed. The earth shattered. The terrifying momentum frightened all the beasts in the mountains and rivers. They fled for their lives. Crack. The sword soul was sharp and the beast soul was ferocious. They separated the battle aura and went straight for the Pill Hall Master. The Pill Hall Master's gaze turned serious. He was in disbelief. One had to know. The gap between a combat master and a combat emperor was huge. The gap couldn't be made up by external items. To put it bluntly, any 1-star combat ancestor could crush a 9-star combat emperor with a wave of his hand without using any combat arts. However, the young man in front of him had been fighting with him until now. He didn't seem to be tired or hurt. He was getting braver as he fought. Especially this battle soul. It didn't look any different from other sword-type battle souls, but its power was vastly different. Clang. Roar. The sword soul and the evil spirit were closing in on each other madly. The battle chi was like a piece of rotten wood, unable to withstand a single blow. The sharpness and ferocious might enveloped the area. At this moment, even the Pill Hall Master's body tensed up as he felt a threat to his life. Involuntarily, he clenched his fists. His eyes emitted a bone-piercing cold light. Boom. Suddenly, he raised his head and waved his hand. Battle chi surged into the sky like a tide, and a stone tablet appeared. This stone tablet was not a physical object. It was formed by the condensation of battle chi. It was about the size of an ordinary door, but it was releasing a shocking aura. Battle art. Qin Feiyang muttered as he stared at the stone tablet. The stone tablet gave him a strong sense of danger. It was like the god of death, making him tremble in fear. I've said everything that needs to be said. You are the one who is stubborn. If you die later, don't blame me for being heartless. The Pill Hall's Hall Master spoke. His tone was filled with pity, and determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone tablet above him turned into a dazzling flowing light. It carried a shocking aura as it blasted towards the sword soul and the flaming beast. Clang. Roar. The sword soul shattered on the spot. The flaming beast also let out a roar of unwillingness before disintegrating into ashes. The strength of a battle master is indeed terrifying. Qin Feiyang's body trembled violently as blood gushed out from his mouth. Previously, he was able to kill Commander Nai because he caught him off guard. Secondly, it was because Commander Nai's reaction wasn't good enough. However, the Pill Hall's Hall Master was different. No matter if it was his temperament or strength, he was above Commander Nai. He probably had no chance of winning today's battle. However, he would not be willing to give up just like that. The stone tablet was getting closer and closer. It was like a heaven-suppressing tablet that made people feel fearful and lose their courage to fight. Qin Feiyang's gaze was firm. Although the battle art and the red sword soul were useless, he still had other means. Boom! A wave of fire rushed out from his back. Within the wave of fire, there was a palm-sized fire lotus. Every single fire lotus leaf looked like it was carved from a peerless divine jade. It was flawless. Explode! Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. With a shout, a piece of fire lotus leaf fell off. It was like a shooting star as it crashed into the stone tablet. Following that, along with a loud bang, it exploded. This place was suddenly filled with a destructive airwave. If there was someone here, even a 9-star combat emperor would be killed instantly. However, the stone tablet was still intact after such a violent attack. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned solemn. He knew that he had to pay a price to win this battle. His heart moved. 3 pieces of fire lotus leaf fell off at the same time. Explode! 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 He shouted 3 times in a row. The 3 pieces of fire lotus leaf exploded at the same time. Waves of air surged in all directions like tsunamis. Even the mountains and rivers 10 miles away were affected by them. Crack! At the same time, a weak sound was transmitted into Qin Feiyang and the Pill Hall's hallmaster's ears. It sounded like something was broken. The two of them fixed their gazes. Their gazes immediately changed. Qin Feiyang's gaze became firmer. The Pill Hall master's eyes were filled with disbelief. Because the stone tablet was breaking. It was filled with cracks like a spider web. It's broken. How is this possible? This battle soul is actually so powerful, the Pill Hall master murmured. He really didn't want to believe what he was seeing. Crack. After a few breaths, the stone tablet was completely broken. It turned into pure battle chi and dissipated in the heavens and earth. Now's the time. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He was a person who knew how to grasp the right timing. Because when there was a huge disparity in strength, timing was the key to victory. Clang. The 5 pieces of fire lotus leaf below him fell at the same time. They were like dazzling arrows. They pierced through the sky and flew towards the Pill Hall master with lightning speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the fire lotus leaf reached the Pill Hall master. There shouldn't be any problem now. Qin Feiyang murmured. His gaze suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "Explode." His voice was like a bell that resounded through the cloud. Boom. As the 4 pieces of fire lotus leaf exploded, the night sky became as bright as day. Boom. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Chirp. At the same time, a sharp chirp resounded. The penetrating power was extremely strong. Qin Feiyang's eardrums were instantly torn apart. Blood spurted out. Even his sea of consciousness was in pain. It was as if a needle was piercing his sea of consciousness. He couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly looked over. Immediately, he saw a huge ferocious bird floating above the Pill Hall master's head. The ferocious bird was a huge condor. Its body was as black as ink. When it spread its wings, it was more than 100 jong long. It was like a huge mountain in the sky. Its ferocious aura was terrifying. Ink Mountain Condor. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva. He had seen such a ferocious bird in ancient books. It was a species from 10,000 years ago. It was extremely powerful. He didn't expect the Pill Hall master to activate such a fighting soul. At the same time, the Pill Hall master also looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Can you tell me your name?" Qin Feiyang said, "You know my name, but you definitely won't think of it." "I know, but won't think of it." The Pill Hall master frowned. Clang. At this moment, Qin Feiyang took out Chang Shui. He had already tried the fighting art and fighting soul. He couldn't injure the Pill Hall master severely. Now, he could only rely on Chang Shui, return formula and battle formula. He had absolute confidence in these 3 trump cards. Phew. Next. He took a deep breath and used phantom steps. He dashed towards the Pill Hall master without fear. "No matter who you are, as long as you threaten the safety of the sacred palace, I won't let you go." The Pill Hall master's gaze turned cold. The Ink Mountain condor above his head flapped its huge wings and dived towards Qin Fei Yang. In an instant, a strong wind blew in this place. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. White-eyed wolf, destroy it. Qin Fei Yang shouted angrily. Wolf King appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the Ink Mountain condor, Wolf King's expression changed. He said angrily, "Are you kidding me? You want me to destroy it? Why don't you just let me hit the wall? That's more straightforward." Cut the crap. Qin Fei Yang stared at him fiercely. "All right, I'll risk my life to play with you." Fury of the Berserker. The Wolf King let out a solemn and stirring roar of righteousness. Immediately, its small body expanded in the wind. It instantly turned into a huge muscular wolf that was more than 10 meters tall. Ask the vast earth, who's the master? Ask the world, who's the hero? Ask the world, what's love? It's so heartbreaking. Next, it took out its rib and dashed towards the Ink Mountain condor. Qin Fei Yang staggered and almost fell. His face turned black immediately. The Pill Hall's hall master was also shocked. Is this a joke? Whoosh. But then, Qin Fei Yang turned around and used phantom steps. He continued to dash towards the Pill Hall master. The Pill Hall master came back to his senses. He snorted and waved his hand. His battle chi shook the void like a beast. Fight! Qin Fei Yang shouted. His battle chi soared to the sky. He grabbed the Chang Shui with his right hand and slapped in the air with his left hand. A golden return character appeared on his palm. A golden light roared and turned into a golden dragon. It clashed with the battle chi. Puff! Qin Fei Yang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The skin on his arm had also split open. The terrifying impact even sent him flying. At the same time, Wolf King and the Ink Mountain condor were fighting each other. Die! Wolf King grabbed its rib and smashed it with all his might. Chirp! The Ink Mountain condor screamed and was crushed. The Wolf King was also sent flying. Its huge body cracked open, and blood flowed out like a fountain. The Pill Hall master was injured by the crushing of his battle soul. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Success or failure depends on this. Seeing this, Qin Fei Yang's eyes shone brightly. He stepped on the void and forcefully stabilized his body. He ignored the injury on his arm and used the return character again. The golden light appeared again. It was like a golden ocean. It spread across the sky and pounced towards the Pill Hall master. Howl! Wolf King howled towards the sky. He used the void step and charged towards the Pill Hall master ferociously. You're all quite strong. However, you're still far from being able to defeat me. The Pill Hall master performed the battle art while summoning his battle soul again. Boom! Chirp! The stone tablet appeared again. The Ink Mountain condor spread its wings and soared into the sky. Wolf King roared, "Little Qin Zi, I'll hold back the battle soul for you. I'll leave the rest to you." Before he could finish his sentence, behind the Wolf King, the shadow of a golden beast appeared. Its ferocious aura shocked everyone. Swallow! Along with Wolf King's roar, the golden beast shadow opened its mouth and a terrifying suction force appeared. The Ink Mountain condor immediately flew towards the mouth. The Pill Hall master was surprised. However, the Ink Mountain condor only flew for a short distance before it stopped in the void. It was in a stalemate with the golden beast shadow. Although Wolf King's battle soul was powerful, it had its flaws. It could only take away the battle soul of the same realm. However, the Pill Hall master's cultivation had already surpassed the combat emperor. Hence, it could only hold back the Pill Hall master's battle soul. Moreover, it was very strenuous. It couldn't buy much time for Qin Fei Yang, but it was enough. Qin Fei Yang didn't turn around, nor did he pay attention to Wolf King. He only had the Pill Hall master in his eyes. The Pill Hall master glanced at Wolf King and said, "You guys are really impressive. However, it's a pity that you guys are too stubborn." After he finished his sentence, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Boom! The Steely suddenly trembled and released a world-destroying might that blasted towards Qin Fei Yang. This time, he really wanted to kill and didn't hold back anymore. However, Qin Feiyang didn't have any intention to dodge the stone tablet. He rushed towards it as usual. However, just as he was about to collide with the stone tablet, he suddenly disappeared. In fact, he entered the ancient castle to avoid the stone tablet's attack. Because the Pill Hall Master was too powerful. If he continued to fight head-on, he wouldn't be able to get close to the Pill Hall Master, let alone win. Hence, if he wanted to get close to the Pill Hall Master, he had to avoid his attack first. Otherwise, he would be blown away again. Swoosh! Just as Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle, the stone tablet flew over from where he disappeared. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang appeared again. He unleashed his phantom steps to the extreme, leaving behind after images. He quickly appeared in front of the Pill Hall Master. The Pill Hall Master raised his eyebrows. However, he instantly understood Qin Feiyang's intention. He shook his head and said, "Even if I let you get close to me, what can you do?" As a 3-star combat ancestor, he was confident that even if Qin Feiyang used a perfect battle art and attacked him with all his might, it wouldn't be a threat to him. He waved his hand and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. Battle chi surged in his palm. The terrifying power turned into palm wind and tore Qin Feiyang's skin apart. His skin was instantly covered in blood. However, Qin Feiyang endured the pain. He didn't even frown his eyebrows. Because this was his only chance to win. He couldn't back off. "What can I do? You'll know soon enough," he muttered to himself. He suddenly raised his right hand. Chang Shui pierced through the sky and slashed towards the Pill Hall Master's arm. There was no suspense. There wasn't any resistance. Chang Shui instantly cut off the Pill Hall Master's wrist. "Ah!" The Pill Hall Master immediately screamed in pain. Then, he looked at the wound on his wrist that was bleeding. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "In terms of power, I'm indeed not your opponent. But you shouldn't have underestimated me. And you shouldn't have overlooked this dagger." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He went forward without hesitation. He waved Chang Shui and stabbed it into the Pill Hall Master's skull. The Ink Mountain Condor collapsed on the spot. Wolf King couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His body turned into the size of a palm, then he turned into a ray of light and flew towards Qin Feiyang. However, after flying for a few hundred meters, he suddenly closed his eyes and fell downwards. Actually, during the initial confrontation with the Ink Mountain Condor, Wolf King's heart and Sea of Qi were already fatally injured. Moreover, almost all the bones in his body were broken. However, in order to help Qin Feiyang, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now, seeing that the Pill Hall Master was dead, he relaxed and fainted on the spot. Seeing that, Qin Feiyang also hurriedly pulled out pale snow. He turned around and rushed over, grabbing the Wolf King. Damn it! After checking Wolf King's injuries, his face instantly turned gloomy. He hurriedly entered the ancient castle and placed the flame of life on Wolf King's body. Boundless life energy instantly flowed into Wolf King's body. Seeing that Wolf King's injuries were gradually recovering, Qin Feiyang let out a sigh of relief. Next, he lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while. Then, he left the ancient castle and looked downwards. Through the moonlight, he could clearly see that the Pill Hall Master was falling downwards. At this moment, the Pill Hall Master seemed to have no signs of life. His widely opened eyes were also empty and lifeless. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang dove down and landed next to the Pill Hall Master. He extended his hands and hugged the Pill Hall Master. He looked at the Pill Hall Master with a complicated expression and said softly, "I'm sorry. I really don't want to kill you. Can you tell me your name now?" However, suddenly, the Pill Hall Master's weak voice entered Qin Feiyang's ears. "He's not dead yet." Qin Feiyang was delighted. He immediately brought the Pill Hall Master into the ancient castle. He was grateful that the Pill Hall Master was merciful to him. Chapter 543. After entering the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang placed the Pill Hall Master beside Wolf King. A part of the fire of life's energy immediately flowed into his body. "Where is this?" Looking at this unfamiliar place, the Pill Hall Master couldn't help but ask. However, before Qin Feiyang could answer, he closed his eyes and fainted. After such a huge commotion, Lu Hong and the others had already woken up from their cultivation. Seeing this, Lu Hong frowned and said, "Is this really okay?" Before Qin Feiyang could answer, the pangolin said, "No, this is like raising a tiger." Lin Yi also said, "Brother Feiyang, you have to think carefully." Luo Chenxue didn't say anything and kept silent. Qin Feiyang looked at them and smiled, "It doesn't matter even if I have to fight with him in the future. I just want to have a clear conscience." They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They respected Qin Feiyang's decision. Qin Feiyang also stopped using the battle formula. The blood in his long hair and eyes quickly faded. At the same time, a sense of weakness and a heart-wrenching pain drowned him like a tide. His consciousness immediately fell into darkness. The injury this time was too serious. If it wasn't for the support of the battle formula, he would have already fallen down. However, it wasn't the time to rest yet. He bit his tongue hard and shook his head hard. His consciousness gradually woke up. Next, he swallowed a healing pill. Then, he got a drop of blood from the pill hallmaster's wound. Immediately, Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle. He opened the portal and returned to the number 1 alchemy room. If he waited for the pill hallmaster to wake up, he would definitely stop him. Hence, he had to get the alchemy fire before the pill hallmaster woke up. After returning to the alchemy room, Qin Feiyang walked straight into the alchemy room and arrived in front of the secret door. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and the drop of blood fell on the secret door. Boom! The next moment, along with a deep rumble, a crack suddenly appeared on the wall. Then, it slowly opened up. A wave of scorching heat also surged out. When the secret door was completely opened, a cluster of palm-sized purple flames entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Looking at the flames, Qin Feiyang sighed with emotion. It was really not easy to obtain this alchemic fire. Whoosh! Letting out a long sigh, Qin Feiyang walked into the dark room. He grabbed the pill fire and stored it in the castle. What happened? Why did the alchemy fire suddenly go out? Pillfire Hall was in an uproar as soon as the pill fire disappeared. Stone doors opened one after another as everyone walked out of the alchemy room. "Is the fire in your alchemy room still there? There were some before, but they suddenly disappeared. Are there no more on your side?" "Yeah, what happened?" Everyone's face was filled with doubt. Boom! At this moment, the stone door of alchemy room 1 opened. Qin Feiyang strode out and changed into clean clothes. The bloodstains on his body had been washed away, but his face was very pale. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Don't panic. The Hall Master is using the alchemic fire to refine pills. It will be done in a while." He said this so as not to cause a commotion. The Hall Master is refining pills? What kind of pills is the Hall Master refining that requires an entire cluster of alchemic fire? Everyone was surprised. "Didn't you see that I was chased out? If you want to know, go in and see for yourself," Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Everyone shrank their necks and didn't continue asking. They turned around and entered the alchemy room. "Xia Hai, why is your face so pale?" The 9 people on the 10th floor looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "It has something to do with you." Qin Feiyang glanced at the 9 of them calmly. He then opened the teleportation door and descended into the dense forest outside the city. Swoosh! Next, he entered the castle and checked the Hall Master's injuries carefully. His shattered consciousness hadn't even recovered by 1/10. It should take a long time. He pondered for a while and took out the image crystal. Battle chi surged into it. Very soon, an illusory figure appeared. It was Fatso. Qin Feiyang asked, "How is it?" Fatso shook his head and said with melancholy, "There are no clues at all." "How about you? Are things going well?" Qin Feiyang said, "I've already gotten the alchemic fire." "So fast?" Fatso was stunned. "How can I not be efficient?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Tell me the coordinates. I'll look for you later." Fatso said, "I'm at a restaurant called Wind Tower." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "You still have time to drink." Seems like you're not in a hurry. You're thinking too much. Fatso rolled his eyes and said, Fat Lord came to the restaurant to find out about the Xia family and the other two families. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, have you found out? Almost. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then come and meet me first. Originally, he had planned to go to the Xia family to find out, but now it seemed that there was no need. Very soon. Fatso landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, where are you going to look next? Fatso shook his head and said, Yunju is too big. It's harder than ascending to the sky to find a person who lives in seclusion. I don't know. He looked very disappointed. Qin Feiyang frowned, pondered for a while, and asked, where were your parents killed? Fatso tried hard to think for a moment and said, Luofeng Mountain. Qin Feiyang said, do you know the location? Yes. Fatso nodded and said, why are you asking this? Qin Feiyang said, when the butler comes back to collect your parents' bodies, the first place he will go must be Luofeng Mountain. Yes. Fatso's eyes lit up and he muttered, it's such a simple truth. Why didn't Fat Lord think of it? There is a good saying that the onlooker sees more clearly than the player involved. You are now in this situation. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, now that we have a target, let's think about it from another perspective. If we were the butler, what would we do? What would we do? Fatso asked directly. Now his mind was a little messy and he didn't want to waste time thinking about these questions. If I were the butler, I would leave clues in Luofeng Mountain even if I didn't have any hope for you. Because even if you don't have the ability to take revenge, you will come back to pay respects to your parents and clansmen. And the butler, in the face of so many strong enemies, dared to come back alone to collect your parents' bodies, which shows that he is smart and brave. It's impossible that he didn't think of this. Qin Feiyang said. It makes sense. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then what are we hesitating for? Let's go. Although this was only his guess, it was still worth a trip. The two turned into streaks of light, speeding through the night sky. Their target was the south of the mountain range. The horizon gradually brightened. The morning sun rose. Finally, Fatso stopped in the air above a mountain range. The mountain range was undulating for thousands of miles, with lush vegetation and fierce beasts running rampant. Fatso scanned the mountain range below and gradually frowned. Qin Feiyang asked, it's here? At that time I was still young, so I can only remember the approximate location. And that year, when father and the others were fighting with Xia Changfeng and the other two, they destroyed Luofeng Mountain. Now that more than 10 years have passed, it has changed beyond recognition. I can't determine the exact location. Fatso said. Then it's difficult. Qin Feiyang also frowned and asked, then the approximate location should be correct, right? Fatso carefully scanned the mountain range below and said, the approximate location should be correct. Should be. Qin Feiyang was speechless. It seemed that Fatso was also not confident. After so many years, the traces left behind had long disappeared. Even if it was right in front of them, they might not be able to find it. Unless there was a very special and eye-catching symbol. Narrowing down the range. Qin Feiyang said, is there any symbol or something like that? Symbol? Fatso pondered. After about 100 breaths, he frowned and said, I remember that there were 2 swallows at Luofeng Mountain at that time. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was that a symbol? The swallows were not stupid. After such a cruel battle, they must have moved away long ago. They might have even died in the hands of hunters. Wanting to find them now was simply wishful thinking. It doesn't count. Then Fat Lord, think about it again. Fatso pondered again. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I thought of it. My father has mastered a battle art called Buddha's palm. When he was fighting with Xia Changfeng and the others, he smashed mountains and rivers with one palm, leaving a very deep and huge palm print on the ground. As long as we can find this palm print, we can determine the exact location. Fatso said. This is a symbol. Qin Feiyang nodded. Everything in the world would gradually change with the passage of time. Like rivers, they would dry up. Like plants, they would wither. Of course, the the terrain would also change. However, the change of terrain was a very long process. Unless it was man-made or natural disasters such as earthquakes, it would take at least thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. So, if these factors did not happen in the past 10 years, the palm print left by Fatso's father would still be there. But it was not without problems. After more than 10 years, the plants had grown. Even if the palm print was still there, it had long been covered. But now, it seemed that there was no other choice. They could only follow this clue. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's split up." Fatso nodded. The two of them split up. Qin Feiyang headed east and Fatso headed west. While flying, they searched carefully. If the palm print was big enough, it was not impossible to find it. Time passed little by little. After half an hour, Qin Feiyang had already searched for more than 10 miles, but did not find anything. This is the so-called approximate location. Qin Feiyang was full of helplessness. The deviation was too big. He did not continue to search in the east, but turned to the south. Another half an hour passed. He found a lake in the mountains. It was about 500 or 600 feet long. The lake water was very clear, and there were lush aquatic plants growing in it. In the water, there were traces of aquatic beasts. Qin Feiyang looked carefully for a while, then looked away and continued to search ahead. But after flying for a while, he went back the way he came. He came to the top of the lake again and scanned the lake with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Chapter 544. Is this the place? Qin Feiyang frowned and waved his hand. His battle chi turned into a waterfall and hit the shore of the lake. Rumble. Along with a loud noise, a gap was formed on the shore. The lake water flowed into the forest through the gap. As the lake water decreased, the true appearance of the lake was gradually revealed. There were 5 horizontal grooves in the lake. Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm and pointed his 5 fingers at the 5 grooves. He found that his 5 fingers fit perfectly with the 5 grooves. In other words, this was a palm print. Roar. At this moment, along with the roars of the beasts, 4 aquatic beasts rushed out from the lake. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he used the phantom steps and turned around to leave. Because the 4 aquatic beasts had the strength of a 9-star combat emperor, if he was in his best condition, he would not be afraid. But now, he was physically and mentally exhausted. Accompanying Fatso to the Luo Feng mountain was a struggle. How would he dare to face them head-on? The 4 aquatic beasts chased for a distance and stopped. They blocked the gap on the shore and returned to the lake. Phew! Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. He took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. He also sent the coordinates to Fatso. Soon, Fatso landed beside Qin Feiyang excitedly and asked anxiously, "Where is it?" "Follow me." Qin Feiyang brought Fatso to the sky above the lake again. Fatso looked down and was overjoyed. It was indeed a palm print. "Human, how dare you come? Die." The 4 aquatic beasts appeared again and pounced on the 2 of them fiercely. "You're courting death." Fatso's eyes turned cold. Roar. Accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar, a divine dragon that was 100 meters long soared into the sky from behind him. The divine dragon was completely black and covered in dragon scales. Waves of mighty dragon aura surged out in all directions like an avalanche. This was his fighting soul, the black dragon soul. What? The 4 aquatic beasts turned pale with fright and immediately turned to flee. "Die!" Fatso bellowed. The dragon soul roared and tore through the sky. The blood of the 4 aquatic beasts splattered everywhere. "Mitch, you're courting death." With a cold snort, Fatso put away the dragon soul and continued to look at the lake. A moment later, his body trembled as he nodded and said, "The size of this handprint is similar to what I remember." Qin Feiyang said, "That's right. Let's go down and search." Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Fatso flew down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Lin Yi, Luo Chenxue, the pangolin, and Lu Hong appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This place is too big. Help Fatso look around." "All right." The 3 people and 1 beast nodded and rushed down. Qin Feiyang also prepared to go down. But suddenly, he turned his head abruptly and looked at a short mountain not far away. The short mountain was hundreds of feet high. The top of the mountain was overgrown with weeds and a few green trees. Glancing at the top of the mountain, Qin Feiyang had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Just now, he had a feeling that someone was watching him from the top of the mountain. But when he looked over, he found nothing. He thought for a while and didn't delve into it. He just thought it was an illusion. He landed by the lake and searched carefully. Half an hour later, several people searched the lake and found no trace, so they expanded the scope and went into the jungle on all sides to continue searching. Time was like sand between the fingers. Noon came. In the sky, the scorching sun exuded a dazzling brilliance. The jungle seemed a little stuffy. They didn't find any clues for a long time. Qin Feiyang and the others were fine, but Fatso couldn't help but start to feel irritated. Brother Feiyang, save me. Suddenly, a panicked cry for help came from the forest in the north. Qin Feiyang, who was in the southern jungle, suddenly changed his expression. Because this cry for help was made by Yi. Whoosh. He immediately used the phantom steps and rushed to the north. Feiyang, however, a short while later, another cry of surprise rang out from the northwest. Aunt Shui. Qin Feiyang flew out of the jungle and stood in the sky. He looked down with anxiety. Whoosh. Fatso and the pangolin also flew out from the east and west respectively. They looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy, but his face changed again and asked, "Where's Lu Hong?" Fatso said, "I think I saw her go to the northeast." Before his voice faded. Another scream rang out, and it came from the northeast. "Damn it! Who is it? Come out." Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. Fatso said, "Could it be a beast?" "Impossible. Beasts don't know how to hide. It must be a human," the pangolin said decisively. "Human?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This was deep in the mountains, how could there be people? But then, his eyes became extremely cold, and he said, "No matter who it is, if you dare to hurt them, you will die. Follow me." Finished. Qin Feiyang took out a healing pill and swallowed it, then flew towards the northeast. Fatso and the pangolin hurriedly followed. A moment later, they stopped above a jungle, lowered their heads and scanned for a while, then entered the jungle. "Look for it. But don't go too far, it's best to be within my sight," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso and the pangolin nodded. The two men and one beast separated and were on guard. "Come here quickly, there are footprints here." Dozens of breaths later, the pangolin exclaimed. Qin Feiyang and Fatso immediately rushed towards the pangolin. When the two came to the side of the pangolin and looked in the direction the pangolin pointed, their faces suddenly sank. The ground was a little wet, and there were rows of footprints. Fatso squatted beside a footprint, gestured with his hand, and said in a deep voice, "It's Lu Hong's footprint." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and looked around, only to find that there were only Lu Hong's footprints. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged. Qin Feiyang abruptly turned around and saw a resplendent battle chi roaring towards him from the left side of the forest. Wherever it passed, flowers and trees were annihilated. The target was the three of them. "If you have the guts, don't hide," Fatso roared, took a step forward, and waved his hand in the air. Battle chi gushed out, turning into a raging wave, and collided with the roaring battle chi. Boom! Catcher! This place was instantly razed to the ground. Dust and smoke billowed, covering the sky and the sun. At the same time, Fatso spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. The pangolin was surprised. Fatso was now a 7-star combat emperor, and even he was no match for him. "Chase!" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and rushed out with Fatso and the pangolin. But after chasing for a few miles, they still didn't see any trace of them. 2 people and 1 beast stopped by a river, and their faces were gloomy. "Boss, it's all my fault." Fatso blamed himself. If he didn't insist on looking for the butler, this wouldn't have happened. If something really happened to Lu Hong and the other two, he didn't know how to face Qin Feiyang in the future. Because whether it was Lu Hong, Yi, and Luo Chenxue, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, they were like family, and he couldn't let them go. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not your fault, it's my fault, I shouldn't have let them out. Now is not the time to say who is wrong and who is right. We were at the scene just now, and there were no traces of battle or blood, which means that they might not be dead yet. So, it's important to find them." The pangolin said. Fatso's body trembled, and he nodded. "Yes, they are definitely not dead, but where should we go to find them?" The pangolin looked at the forest and couldn't help but hesitate. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go to the north and northwest to take a look." Right now, he had no clue, so he could only look in the direction where Yi and Luo Chenxue went. 2 people and 1 beast first went to the northwest, but they didn't find anything. Next, they continued to search along the north. Boom. A moment passed. The aura that appeared before appeared again. Following closely, a ray of battle chi carrying a world-shaking might blasted towards the 2 people and 1 beast. Whoosh! A cold light shot out from Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he immediately flew into the sky, looking at the forest ahead. Suddenly, he caught a figure in the forest hundreds of meters away. "I won't let you escape again." Qin Feiyang took a step forward, leaving behind a series of after-images, and chased crazily. Fatso dissolved the battle chi, and quickly followed with the pangolin. That person's speed was very fast, but compared to Qin Feiyang, it seemed that he was still a bit slower. The distance between the two was quickly closing. More than 10 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally caught up with that person, and suddenly swooped down, blocking in front of that person. "As long as I see you, you won't have a chance to escape. Speak, where are they?" Immediately, Qin Feiyang shouted. This was an extremely old man in black. His body was as thin as a match, his head full of white hair, and his face was full of dry wrinkles. But his eyes were quite sinister. "They are already dead, you'd better leave immediately, otherwise this will be your burial ground," the old man in black said, his voice hoarse, with a bone-chilling coldness. "Dead." Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled, his hands tightly clenched together, making cracking sounds. "If they are dead, you will be buried with them." Suddenly, a monstrous murderous aura rushed out of his body, and his long hair and eyes instantly turned blood red. Immediately, he took a step forward, like a mad beast, his big hand burst out, his 5 fingers curved like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards the head of the old man in black. The old man in black's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly retreated. But Qin Feiyang only took a step forward, leaving behind a phantom, and then landed behind the old man in black, and then slapped the back of the old man in black. "Ah!" The old man in black screamed, like a meteorite, breaking one ancient tree after another, and the screams resounded through the sky. Finally, with a bang, he smashed into a huge black rock dozens of meters away. The huge rock shattered on the spot. The old man in black also fell to the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. "Shua!" Qin Feiyang took a few steps forward, landed in front of the old man in black, and said, "I'll give you one more chance, tell me, are they dead or not?" At this moment, he was like a god descending to the world, his blood-red hair dancing in the air, his entire body overflowing with hostility. Chapter 545. Swish. Before the old man in black finished speaking, Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed the old man's neck. "Your old life is not even 1/10 of theirs. I won't kill you like this. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll destroy your sea of qi first." Qin Feiyang grinned, but he looked a little ferocious. His sharp gaze was like a knife, making the old man in black tremble both physically and mentally. Clang! Chang Shui appeared. He grabbed Chang Shui and stabbed the old man in black's lower abdomen without hesitation. At this moment, Fatso and the pangolin rushed over with murderous intent, but when he saw the old man in black's face, Fatso's eyes suddenly had a trace of surprise. Then, his expression changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted, "Boss, have mercy." At this moment, Chang Shui had already cut the old man in black's clothes and was only a paper away from his lower abdomen. Unheard. Qin Feiyang's arm paused and he turned to look at Fatso, frowning. "What's wrong?" Fatso did not answer. He quickly walked to Qin Feiyang's side and sized up the old man in black. Gradually, his body and gaze began to tremble, and there was even a faint layer of mist in his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in black. A thought that he could not accept crawled into his mind. Could this person be the butler of the Sichu family? "Uncle Hai, is that you?" Suddenly, Fatso asked. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were anxious. The old man in black looked at Fatso in surprise and asked, "Who are you?" Fatso said, "Answer me first. Are you Sichu Hai? How do you know my name? Have I seen you before?" The old man in black was even more surprised. "It's really you." Fatso was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Uncle Hai, I'm Tianyu. I came back from Lingju to find you." Tianyu. The black-clothed old man's eyes trembled. He carefully observed Fatso for a moment and said angrily, "Who the hell are you? How do you know that Tianyu is in the spiritual state?" Once these words were spoken, the identity of the black-clothed old man was undoubtedly revealed. It was the butler that Fatso was looking for. However, Qin Feiyang's eyes were very firm and he did not let go. Even if it was the butler, he would not show mercy today. In the meantime, Fatso also took an illusory form pill and recovered his true appearance. Sichu Hai looked at the current Fatso, and the bewilderment in his eyes intensified. But very quickly, he calmed down. His eyes were deathly still as he said, "Over 10 years have passed. Things have remained the same, but people have changed. I have no idea what Tianyu looks like now. Unless you have proof." "Proof?" Fatso was slightly stunned and said, "I was in too much of a hurry when I was escaping. I didn't have time to take anything. How can I give you proof?" Sichu Hai remained silent. The pangolin suddenly said, "Didn't you say there was a letter?" "That's right." Fatso slapped his head and said, "I have always kept this letter." After saying that, he took out his chenkuan bag and searched for a long time before he found a wooden box. Next, Fatso put away his chenkuan bag and opened the wooden box. He saw an envelope quietly lying inside. After more than 10 years, the surface of the envelope had already turned yellow. "Uncle Hai, take a look for yourself." Fatso handed the envelope to Sichu Hai. Sichu Hai took the envelope and opened it suspiciously. He took out the letter, and the moment he opened it, his eyes trembled violently. The contents of the letter were exactly the same as the letter he had left behind, and the handwriting was also written by him. After a full 10 breaths of time, Sichu Hai finally came back to his senses. He raised his head and looked at Fatso, and said in surprise, "Tianyu, it's really you, you're back." Fatso nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Boss, can you let Uncle Hai go first?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and said, "I will only give you an hour." After saying that, Qin Feiyang let go of his hand and stepped aside. Hearing that, Fatso's body trembled. He knew Qin Feiyang's character better than anyone else. He would definitely do what he said. Before he could ask about his well-being, he hurriedly looked at Sichu Hai and said anxiously, "Uncle Hai, tell me, did you kill Lu Hong and the others?" Sichu Hai glanced at Qin Feiyang, wanting to say something but hesitated. "Uncle Hai, they are all my friends, and they were helping me find you. How could you hurt them?" Fatso was miserable. It was not easy to find Sichu Hai, but he did not expect to cause such a big misunderstanding. He looked at Qin Feiyang again, his eyes full of pleading. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fatso's mood fell into an ice valley. Sichu Hai said at this time, "Actually, I didn't kill them." Fatso immediately turned his head to look at Sichu Hai. Qin Feiyang's body and mind also trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Where are they?" "Follow me." Sichu Hai turned around and walked towards the north. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and the pangolin hurriedly followed. Under Sichu Hai's lead, they soon arrived in front of a cave. The cave was as big as a dustpan, and it was pitch black inside. Sichu Hai pointed at the cave and said, "They are in the cave, but what?" Fatso hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang could not wait and directly rushed into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, a pungent smell rushed to his face. "Boss, Wait for me. Fatso and the pangolin hurriedly ran in. What a fool. Before throwing them in, I should have asked them first. Sichu Hai also chased in with a face full of regret. Fatso smelled the pungent smell and said in surprise, Uncle Hai, what is inside? Sichu Hai sighed, this is the nest of a giant python with the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. What? Heard of it? Qin Feiyang, who was walking in front, suddenly changed his expression and immediately used the phantom steps to rush into the depths of the cave. After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang saw a pair of green eyes in front of him. The pungent smell was so strong that it was almost nauseating. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a flaming battle chi appeared, illuminating the surroundings. A huge head suddenly entered Qin Feiyang's sight. It was indeed the head of a giant python. Its bell-like eyes were emitting a cold light, but in front of the giant python, he did not see Luo Qianxue and the other two. Qin Feiyang's heart sank, and he shouted, You have already swallowed them? How can I refuse food that is delivered to my doorstep? Old man, thank you. This emperor has finally tasted the taste of a human for once. The giant python laughed sinisterly. Sichu Hai's eyes darkened. Die. Qin Feiyang's killing intent surged. He pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force rushed toward the giant python like a volcanic eruption. Ultimate destruction. He was now using the battle formula. The force of this finger was enough to kill the giant python. So strong. The giant python's pupils shrank. It lifted its head and slammed into the soil beside it, creating a hole and escaping outside. Boss, stop. They have just been swallowed. They might not be dead yet. If you smash it into pieces, they will definitely turn into ashes along with the giant python. Fatso shouted at the same time. Qin Feiyang quivered and immediately dispersed the invisible force. He turned into a stream of light and chased after them. Looking at the giant python again, it dragged its huge body and escaped to the left side of the forest. Guyuan sword formula. Qin Feiyang roared. A flaming sword shadow instantly condensed and slashed toward the giant python's head with a shocking sharpness. Puff. There was no suspense. The giant python's head was cut off on the spot. Blood gushed out like a fountain and dyed the ground red. The giant python's body fell to the ground with a bang. It struggled for a few moments before it fell silent. Sichu Hai, who was next to him, was shocked. He could kill a 9-star combat emperor beast with a single slash. This kid's strength was too terrifying. Whoosh. After killing the giant python, Qin Feiyang did not delay and immediately flew toward the giant python's head. But before he could get close, a bloody figure crawled out from the place where the giant python was cut off. It was Lu Hong. Qin Feiyang was delighted and quickly landed in front of Lu Hong. Save Yi and Aunt Shui quickly. Seeing Qin Feiyang's arrival, Lu Hong was also delighted. But after saying this, she fell to the ground. No one knew if she was dead or alive. Fatso, check her injuries. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly and got into the giant python's body. Just at the 7 inches of the giant python, he saw Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi. It was also unknown if they were dead or alive, but their hands were tightly grasping the flesh at the 7 inches. Because of this, the two escaped and were not swallowed by the giant python. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two directly to the castle. Then, he quickly got out of the giant python's body. Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, the pangolin hurriedly asked, Where are they? In the castle. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank. He looked at Fatso and said, How is Lu Hong? Fatso said, She is just poisoned. There are no other injuries. I have already given her a detoxification pill. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately entered the castle to check on Yi and Luo Qianxue. After a while, he took out 2 healing pills and put them in the mouths of the two. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue were the same as Lu Hong. They were just poisoned, and their lives were not in danger. But if he was a step later, the 3 of them would definitely die. He picked up Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue and left the castle. He appeared beside Fatso, then put the 2 on the ground. Fatso asked, How are they? They are fine. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. Fatso and Sichu Hai sighed at the same time. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang got up suddenly and looked at Sichu Hai. Seeing this, Fatso felt bad. He quickly grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm and begged, "Boss, this is just a misunderstanding. Please be merciful. I'm sorry. If I knew earlier, I definitely wouldn't have done this." Sichu Hai also lowered his head with a face full of regret. Qin Feiyang was silent, and his face was extremely gloomy. "Uncle Hai is my only clansman in this world. I can't lose him again. Boss, I beg you." Fatso looked at Sichu Hai and looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was indifferent, Fatso gritted his teeth and roared, "Can I kneel down for you?" But just before Fatso's knee landed on the ground, Qin Feiyang grabbed Fatso's arm and pulled him up forcefully. Then, he turned to look at Lu Hong and the other two and said to Fatso, "Fortunately, they are fine. Otherwise, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. I can't decide on this matter. When they wake up, I will ask them. If they don't pursue it, I won't pursue it." Okay. Chapter 546. Sichu Hai sighed, "Tianyu, I did this to protect the graveyard of my clansmen." Graveyard. Fatso's eyes trembled. "Your parents, the 10 great clan elders, and countless clansmen, they are all buried here. When they were alive, they fought for the honor of the Sichu clan. After they died, I didn't want their souls to be disturbed again." Sichu Hai said, with sadness between his eyebrows. "Where are they?" Fatso asked, his breathing a little hurried. Sichu Hai pointed to the north and said, "In a valley not far ahead." Fatso immediately looked over. But the dense trees blocked his line of sight, and he couldn't see the valley at all. Qin Feiyang also looked north and said, "You were the one who peeped at us from the top of the mountain?" At that time, he thought it was an illusion. But now that he thought about it, it shouldn't be an illusion. "Yes. I sensed your aura at the first moment. At first, I didn't want to hurt you, but when I saw you searching here, I thought you had bad intentions. So, at this point." Sichu Hai sighed and bowed, "I'm really sorry." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and said to Fatso, "Go and pay your respects to your parents and clansmen." "What about you?" Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll stay here with the pangolin to take care of Lu Hong and the others. When they wake up, we'll go and find you." "Okay." Fatso nodded and looked at Sichu Hai, "Uncle Hai, take me there quickly." "Okay." Sichu Hai nodded and led Fatso forward. The pangolin said angrily, "He actually threw Lu Hong and the others into the giant python's nest. This old bastard is really ruthless." Qin Feiyang said, "Don't mention the past." In fact, he couldn't let go of this matter. It wasn't that he was narrow-minded, but that Lu Hong and the other two were too important to him. Ever since Lu Hong had followed him, she had always been considerate of him. He had long regarded Lu Hong as the closest person by his side. Needless to say, Lin Yi was his sister. As for Luo Qianxue, on one hand, it was because of Jiang Jingyi's request. On the other hand, it was because of Luo Qianxue. She was kind-hearted and reasonable. Moreover, she had taken good care of Qin Feiyang since he was a child. Most importantly, from Luo Qianxue, Qin Feiyang felt a trace of long-lost maternal love. Therefore, Qin Feiyang would not allow anyone to hurt her. An hour later, Lu Hong and the other two finally woke up one after another. After learning about Sichu Hai's identity, the three of them were quite surprised. At the same time, they felt a lingering fear. However, they all expressed that they were unwilling to pursue the responsibility. After all, it was a misunderstanding and everyone was fine. Next, several people returned to the lake and washed the stains and blood off their bodies. Qin Feiyang got into the python's body. His body was also covered with blood, exuding a foul smell. After Lu Hong and the other two finished washing, he also jumped into the lake and washed himself thoroughly. Then, he changed into clean clothes and took the facial restoration pill to restore his true appearance. Next, 4 people and 1 beast walked in the direction of the valley. After about 100 breaths, the valley finally entered their sight. The valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides. There was no entrance or exit. They could only fly in from above. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took several people into the air, landing above the valley. The panoramic view of the valley immediately entered their eyes. The valley was about half a mile long. The ground was very flat and covered with green weeds. Among the grasses, there were also wild flowers in full bloom. The fragrance was overwhelming. Moreover, there was a clear stream, winding across the entire valley. From time to time, a small fish would jump out, adding a bit of vitality to this valley. On the east side of the valley, there was a small forest. The trees were not tall, but they were lush and full of vitality. Through the gaps between the leaves, one could vaguely see an old wooden building. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang brought Lu Hong and the others and landed in front of the small wooden building. The wooden building only had 2 floors. There were traces of wind and frost everywhere, but it was very neat and clean. Lu Hong looked around and asked doubtfully, "Where's Fatso?" Inside the wooden building, there was no Fatso's aura, and there was no sign of Fatso around. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, carefully sensed, and said, "They're behind." The few of them went around the wooden building and saw a small hill. When they climbed up the hill, they immediately saw a shocking scene. In front of them, there were rows of green trees, and between the trees, thousands of tombs of all sizes were neatly arranged. On each tombstone, there were a few bold words engraved. Sichu Hong's tomb, Sichu Kai's tomb, Sichu Yang's tomb. Thousands of tombs, thousands of tombstones, imperceptibly exuded a sense of sadness that could not be dispersed. Qin Feiyang and the others fell silent. It seemed that they were affected by the environment here, and a trace of sadness crept up in their hearts. At this moment, Fatso was kneeling in front of Sichu Hong's tombstone. He lowered his head and sobbed. No one knew what he was saying. Sichu Hong was Fatso's father. Next to Sichu Hong's tomb, there was a tombstone with a different surname, Yuzhenzhen. She was Fatso's mother. As for Sichu Hai, he stood behind Fatso and stared at the tombstone. His brows were full of sorrow. Time passed slowly. Fatso knelt until evening when he wiped away his tears and stood up. Glancing at the thousands of tombs in front of him, he clenched his fists, and a strong light of hatred appeared in his eyes. "Father, mother, and all my clansmen, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. The Xia clan, the Yuan clan, the He clan, and that old witch will all be buried with you." After saying that, Fatso resolutely turned around and walked toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Revenge. However, when Sichu Hai heard this, he immediately frowned. He bowed to the thousands of tombs and chased after Fatso. Fatso came in front of Qin Feiyang and was about to speak. However, Sichu Hai caught up and said anxiously, "Tianyu, don't do anything rash." Fatso was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Uncle Hai, when did I do anything rash?" Sichu Hai said, "Didn't you just say that you are going to avenge them?" "Yes." Fatso nodded and said fiercely, "A debt of blood must be repaid with blood." "Tianyu, you are silly. How powerful are the 3 city lords and the mansion master? I'm afraid you can't even get close to them, let alone avenge them. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you leave Yunju immediately or you stay here with me to guard the tombs. As for revenge, don't think about it. You don't have the ability." Sichu Hai said. "I don't have the ability." Fatso laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Sichu Hai frowned. Fatso pointed at Qin Feiyang and said, "Before I met Boss, I really didn't think about revenge. But now, with my talent, it's only a matter of time before I surpass the 3 city lords and the mansion master." "Boss?" Sichu Hai looked at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that it was just a fake face before, and this was his real face. However, he shivered again and looked at Fatso in surprise and said, "Tianyu, your talent." Before he finished, Fatso waved his hand and said, "Uncle Hai, I'm no longer who I used to be. Look at what this is." Fatso tore open his clothes and revealed his potential mark. "This is..." Sichu Hai was puzzled. Fatso said, "This is the legendary potential mark. I've already opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential, and now I have the cultivation of a 7-star combat emperor." "What?" Sichu Hai's eyes trembled. "Potential mark. 7-star combat emperor. How was this possible?" Boom. Fatso's aura suddenly exploded. It's really a 7-star combat emperor. Sichu Hai's body and mind trembled, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Quickly show me your fighting soul. Suddenly, he said while breathing heavily. Fatso's mind moved, and the black dragon fighting soul soared into the sky. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, shocking everyone. It's really a dragon soul. Sichu Hai was so excited that tears flowed down his face. Not long ago, when Fatso killed the 4 water beasts, he saw the dragon soul and knew about Fatso's strength. However, later on, when he found out that Fatso had returned, coupled with the matter of Lu Hong and the other 2, he completely forgot about it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, his heart that had been silent for more than 10 years was lit with a flame of hope. Swoosh! He immediately turned around and ran to Sichu Hong's grave. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master, did you see it?" Not only did Tianyu open the door of potential, but he also opened the dragon soul. He's only in his 20s now, but he has already broken through to the 7-star combat emperor. No one in the entire Yunju can compare to him. Elders and clansmen, did you see it? The bloodline of the Sichu family is not broken. The continuation of the Sichu family, the glory of the Sichu family, will continue. In the near future, the Sichu family will definitely return to Yunju City and kill all those damn bastards, to clear the name of the Sichu family. Your souls in heaven, rest in peace. Sichu Hai roared again and again, but in the end, he lay on the ground and cried bitterly. He was crying tears of joy. More than 10 years had passed, and he had already given up on the idea of revenge. Although he was unwilling, the reality was so cruel. However, he did not expect that the most useless child with the worst talent would become so monstrous. The day of revenge was just around the corner. Looking at the crazy Sichu Hai, Fatso felt a lump in his throat, and his vision was blurred by tears again. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply as he raised his head to look at the sky, and his eyes were filled with sorrow that couldn't be dispersed. Fatso had a blood feud, and so did he. If Fatso wanted to take revenge, he could do it now. But what about him? Even if he returned to the imperial capital now, he would not be able to take revenge. This was because his enemies were many times stronger than Fatso's enemies. After a long time, Sichu Hai finally calmed down. He stood up and walked to Fatso's side. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. It's human nature, it's understandable." Lu Hong smiled politely. However, the more polite Lu Hong was, the more guilty Sichu Hai felt. He said, "I'm really sorry for throwing you into the cave. I sincerely apologize to you." After saying that, he was about to kneel down. Lu Hong hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Sichu Hai. She smiled and said, "You didn't mean it. Let bygones be bygones." Luo Chenxue and Lin Yi also smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your magnanimity." Sichu Hai bowed and thanked them. Chapter 547. Although Qin Feiyang couldn't let it go, he didn't say anything else. Sichu Hai looked at Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. "Little brother, you came from afar. You must stay for a few more days. Let me do my best as a host." As the butler of the Sichu family, he had seen countless people. He could tell that Qin Feiyang was the core of this team. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "I'm afraid not. We have to return to the spiritual state to prepare for the 9 States War. Boss, isn't there still 3 months before the 9 States War starts? Staying for a few more days won't delay anything." Fatso immediately said with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the pangolin, Luo Chenxue, and Lin Yiqian. Luo Chenxue said, "Let's just stay for a while." Lin Yi, Lu Hong, and the pangolin nodded. They were thinking for Fatso. After all, Fatso finally found his family's grave, and he had to leave immediately. He must be reluctant. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and nodded, "All right. But before the pill hall master wakes up, we have to leave." "No problem." Fatso quickly nodded. "Pill hall master?" Sichu Hai looked at them confusedly. Fatso chuckled. The pill hall master was crippled by Boss and Brother Wolf. He's recuperating somewhere now. What? Even the pill hall master was crippled? Sichu Hai looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. How powerful is this guy? And this brother wolf, who is he? Fatso said, Uncle Hai, it's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time. Let's go inside first. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go inside first. Sichu Hai shuddered and quickly led Qin Feiyang and the others into the wooden building. Oh, right. Little Hongzi, Aunt Shui, how did you guys survive from the giant python? Fatso suddenly asked. Lu Hong smiled and said, I have to thank Qin Feiyang for that. How is it related to him? Fatso was stunned. Lu Hong said, didn't Qin Feiyang say that he and Brother Wolf were swallowed alive by the water beast in Iron Ox Town? Yeah. Fatso nodded. When we were swallowed by the giant python, I immediately thought of the method he mentioned. So, Auntie Shui, and I grabbed the python's vital part. That's why it didn't swallow us. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. Lu Hong smiled. I see. Fatso came to a sudden realization. He chuckled and said, then when will Fat Lord give it a try? The few of them were stunned, and then they couldn't help but roll their eyes. After entering the wooden building, Sichu Hai was extremely busy. He made tea, cooked, and cleaned the room. In fact, people with their cultivation base didn't even need to eat. However, sometimes, it was a different feeling to be able to eat a simple meal. After the meal, it was already late at night. Everyone chatted for a while, then they went to the rooms on the second floor to rest. All these years, they had been cultivating in seclusion. It was rare for them to have a night's rest. Hence, they enjoyed this night's time. Qin Feiyang also entered a room. However, he went to the castle afterward to check on Wolf King and the Pill Hall Master's injuries. Wolf King's heart had already recovered. However, the crack in his Sea of Qi still needed some time to heal. As for the Pill Hall Master, his Sea of Consciousness was severely damaged. He had only recovered 20% of it. It was all thanks to the fire of life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any hope of surviving. In the living room on the first floor, Fatso and Sichu Hai sat opposite each other. There was a candle on the tea table. It was flickering with a weak light. Under the candlelight, Sichu Hai's expression was uncertain. He seemed to be struggling with something. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Fatso. He said, Tianyu, there's something I want to tell you privately. Fatso smiled and said, Uncle Hai, just say it. Although the Sichu family has already perished, we were still a rich and powerful family in the Cloud region. And you're the direct descendant of the Sichu family. Plus, you've opened the door of potential. Black Dragon Fighting Soul. No matter if it's talent or potential, you're stronger than anyone else. Uncle Hai really doesn't want you to be so humble in front of others. Sichu Hai said. Humble myself? Fatso was stunned. He said confusedly, when did I? You didn't. Then why are you so humble in front of Qin Feiyang? As the descendant of the Sichu family, you must have integrity and pride. Do you understand? Sichu Hai reprimanded. Fatso was shocked. He raised his head and looked at the stairs. Then, he looked at Sichu Hai again. His expression became serious. Uncle Hai, I think you've misunderstood. I've been with Boss for so long. He's never looked down on me. I've never been humble in front of others. It's because my character is like this. And all that I have now was given to me by Boss. If I didn't meet him and without his help, I wouldn't have been able to open the door of potential and the Black Dragon Fighting Soul. You can even say that it's all because of him that I'm still alive today. Also, compared to Boss's identity, I'm not even a 10,000th of him. So, I don't want to hear such words again. Fatso said. After hearing these words, Sichu Hai's heart was in turmoil. A direct descendant of the Sichu family was not even a 10,000th of him. Where did this person come from? Fatso said, I can't tell you Boss's identity. You just have to remember that no one can afford to offend him. Sichu Hai gulped and nodded. All right, I won't say anything. I believe in your choice. That's right. Tell me, what happened after you came back? Fatso said. An old man and a young man chatted in the living room. Unknowingly, it was dawn. Fatso walked out of the room, took a deep breath of fresh air, and walked towards the cemetery alone. Lu Hong and Lin Yi also went downstairs one after another. They washed up and strolled around. Luo Qianxue went into the kitchen to help Situ Hai prepare breakfast for everyone. Time passed by just like that. Qin Feiyang and the others lived like mortals every day. The troubles of the past disappeared and were replaced by calmness. Their state of mind was also gradually changing. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. On this night, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle as usual to check on Wolf King and the Pill Hall Master's injuries. Wolf King's Sea of Qi had been repaired. He believed that he would wake up soon. The Pill Hall Master's Sea of Consciousness was just a little bit away. As expected. The next morning, Wolf King woke up. Qin Feiyang told it everything that happened during this period of time without holding anything back. After knowing about it, Wolf King felt happy for Fatso from the bottom of his heart. However, it suppressed its restless heart and didn't go out for a stroll. It stayed in the ancient castle and continued to cultivate. Because this situation had happened twice. The first time, it almost died when it fought with Zhao He. This time, it almost died when it fought with the Pill Hall Master. It was very angry. It finally made up its mind to not come out until it reached the War Master level. As long as it reached the War Master level, it wouldn't be in such a difficult situation when it faced a powerful enemy from the War Master again. That night, the Pill Hall Master's Sea of Consciousness was finally repaired. However, he hadn't woken up yet. Qin Feiyang immediately left the ancient castle and gathered Fatso and the others. Fatso also knew that it was time to leave. He went to the cemetery to bid farewell to his parents' souls. Then, the few of them left the valley under Situ Hai's gaze. Fatso also asked Situ Hai if he was willing to go to the spiritual state with him. However, Situ Hai refused again and again, saying that he wanted to stay and guard the cemetery. Late at night, the city gate of the continent city was very quiet. The 4 guards of the city gate gathered together, drinking wine and humming songs. They were enjoying themselves. Suddenly, a middle-aged man who was sleeping flew out from the forest outside the plain and flew towards the city gate. The 4 guards heard the movement and immediately looked up. However, they didn't have much reaction when they saw the middle-aged man flying away. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. The middle-aged man was almost at the city gate, but he didn't show any signs of stopping. Swoosh! The 4 of them suddenly stood up. One of the guards yelled, "Sir, stop immediately and be interrogated." However, the middle-aged man didn't react at all. Trespassers of the continent city, die! The 4's eyes turned cold. They immediately flew into the sky and charged towards the middle-aged man. However, when they saw the middle-aged man's face, their expressions changed. Pill Hall Master. What happened? Why did he fall asleep? The 4 of them quickly caught the Pill Hall Master and landed on the ground in front of the city gate. They were shocked. One of them observed for a moment and said, "His face is a bit pale. He's not sleeping. He's unconscious. And judging from the previous situation, someone threw him here." The person added, "Who are you? Please come out and meet us." The other 3 immediately looked up and scanned the sky above the plain. Their eyes were extremely sharp. They were filled with disbelief. The Pill Hall Master was the most powerful person in the cloud state, who had the ability to injure him and make him unconscious. At the same time, in the forest, on a small hill, Qin Feiyang and the others stood side by side and looked towards the city gate. Fatso pouted and said, "Boss, you're letting the tiger return to the mountain. Be careful that you don't fall into his hands in the future." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We'll talk about the future in the future. As for you, when are you going to come back next time?" Fatso's eyes turned cold and he said, "When I come back next time, it'll be their doomsday." Qin Feiyang smiled. He waved his hand and opened a portal. The group of people walked in one after another. Soon, the Pill Hall Master finally woke up. His eyes were filled with confusion. "Hall Master, are you all right? Who knocked you unconscious?" The 4 guards asked with concern. "Unconscious?" The Pill Hall Master stood up. His face was filled with suspicion. But then, many images appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but raise his hand and touch the top of his head. He was stunned. Then, he looked at the 4 guards and asked, "How did I come back?" The 4 guards explained the situation in detail. After listening, the pill hall master was silent for a while. He looked up at the night sky and muttered, "Since you killed me, why did you save me?" The 4 guards looked at him in confusion. Chapter 548. Cloud State Inner Palace. A white-haired old woman stood at the plaza outside the Pillfire Palace. She stared at the void in front of her with a gloomy gaze. She was the mansion master of Cloud State. Behind her, there were a dozen of people. Among them, there was the martial arts hall master, chief hall master, Xia family's ancestor, Xia Changfeng, and so on. In short, those who stood there were the top experts in Cloud State. But without exception, their faces were all gloomy. Swoosh! Suddenly, the pill hall master appeared out of nowhere. When he saw the mansion master of Cloud State and the others, he was shocked. He landed on the plaza quietly and bowed, "Greetings, mansion master and chief hall master." The mansion master retracted her gaze and looked at the pill hall master. "You're finally back. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Why are you waiting for me?" The pill hall master was confused. The mansion master said angrily, "Don't you know that the elixir fire was snatched away?" It had been around 10 days since the elixir fire was snatched away. Although Qin Feiyang had used the reason that the pill hall's hall master was concocting pills to suppress the commotion, as time passed, this matter had reached the palace master's ears. At first, the mansion master didn't care about it. But when the Pillfire Palace didn't return to normal, she started to suspect. So, she came to the Pillfire Palace personally. In the end, she realized that not only was the pill hall master missing, even the elixir fire was gone. At first, she suspected that the pill hall master took it away. But when she heard the details from her disciples, she locked her target on Xia Hai. But Xia Hai had also disappeared without a trace. Even Xia family's Xia Changfeng didn't know where Xia Hai was. And the elixir fire was too important. A Pillfire Palace without the elixir fire wasn't the Pillfire Palace. So, she waited here. And, she waited for a few days and nights. Finally, the pill hall master came back. "What? There's such a thing. Who did it? Heard about it?" The pill hall's hall master was surprised. "Only your blood can open the secret door. I want to know who did it too," the mansion master said with a gloomy face. The pill hall master shook his head. "I don't know. I've been out all this time." "Then why didn't you reply when I sent you a message?" The pill hall's hall master thought for a while and said, "I'm sorry. My image crystal was accidentally broken. I can't receive your message." Shattered. The prefecture lord of Yun State sneered and waved his hand, "Search my body." Immediately, the martial arts hall master stepped forward. Seeing this, the pill hall's hall master couldn't help but sigh. He said, "All right, I admit that I know about this. I also know who stole the alchemy fire." "Who?" The eyes of the Yun State mansion master turned cold. "It's Xia Hai," the pill hall master said. "It really is him." The Yun prefecture master was enraged. "Why didn't you stop him? Don't tell me you can't stop a mere disciple." "Yes. I can't stop it. He is not the real Xia Hai. Besides, Ma San was also impersonated by him. The real Xia Hai and Ma San are probably dead. As for his true identity, I don't know either, but he is very strong. That night at the White Horse Mountain, I fought with him. He pierced through my head, but he saved me. Previously, he sent me to the guards at the city gate. So, just now, I was compassionate. Prefecture Lord, I have nothing to say about the deception just now. I am willing to accept the punishment." The pill hall's hall master knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, waiting for the Yun State mansion master to punish him. The Yun State mansion master lowered his head and looked at him. His expression was uncertain. He asked, "Where is he now?" "I really don't know." The pill hall's hall master shook his head. The Yun State mansion master looked at him deeply and didn't say anything else. He opened the teleportation door and left with a group of people. Phew. The Pill Hall's hall master let out a long breath. He stood up and looked at the night sky. He mumbled, "We don't owe each other anything now. Don't do anything that will harm Yoon's state. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Actually, if he told the two most important points, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out Qin Feiyang's true identity with his position as the Yoon State Mansion Master. The first point was Wolf King. The second point was Qin Feiyang's ability to disappear into thin air. Of course. Even if the Pill Hall's hall master didn't say anything, the Yoon State Mansion Master would be able to find out Qin Feiyang's identity if he expanded the scope. This was because Qin Feiyang exposed two characteristics in Yoon State. First, an elixir pill with 3 elixir patterns. Second, the return formula's ability to give him a taste of his own medicine. These two characteristics were not common in the 9 states. The most important thing now was whether the Yoon State Mansion Master would associate him with people from the other states. Would he expand the scope of his search to the spiritual state? Meanwhile, spiritual state, inner palace. The inner palace was dead silent in the middle of the night. Swoosh. Suddenly, a group of people appeared above the Pill Fire Palace. They were Qin Feiyang and the others. Lu Hong smiled and said, "You're finally back." "Yeah. Although I'm not from the spiritual state, after all these years, I have a sense of belonging to this place." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Lin Yi asked curiously, "Brother Feiyang, where are you from?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, he didn't know if he should tell Lin Yi. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, suddenly, he looked at the gate of the Pill Fire Palace. He waved his hand and sent them into the castle. Just as they disappeared, a white figure walked out of the Pill Fire Palace. "It's him." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. This person was Lu Xingchen. Where was he going in the middle of the night? Swish. Qin Feiyang also flashed and entered the castle. Although it was late at night, there were no clouds in the sky. The full moon hung high in the sky. There was no shelter around, so they could only enter the castle. After Lu Xingchen left the Pill Fire Palace, he glanced around and flew towards the northwest. Soon, Qin Feiyang appeared again. He caught sight of Lu Xingchen's figure, then he restrained his aura and followed him. After a while, Lu Xingchen landed on an uninhabited mountain top. The mountain top was lush with vegetation. A black figure stood on the edge of the cliff. Lu Xingchen walked to the edge of the cliff, took out a jade box from his arms, and handed it to the black figure, saying, "This is the elixir you want." "Thank you." The black figure took the jade box with a rather excited expression. Lu Xingchen said, "Since you are following me, I will naturally not treat you badly. What about the thing I asked you to inquire about?" "No news." This Qin Feiyang seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. It is said that the giants are also looking for him. The black figure shook his head. Lu Xingchen pondered for a while and said, "It seems that the giants have high hopes for him. That's because they are blind. No matter how powerful Qin Feiyang is, how can he be compared to you?" The black figure was disdainful. "It doesn't matter if you say this in front of me, but you must not say it in front of others. I don't want to attract attention now," Lu Xingchen said. "Understood." The black figure nodded. Lu Xingchen said nothing more and turned to fly towards the Pill Fire Palace. The black figure also rose into the air and flew towards the Cultivation Palace. After the two entered the Pill Fire Palace and the Cultivation Elixir, Qin Feiyang also walked out of the forest with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Who was the black figure? The voice was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Also, why did Lu Xingchen want to investigate his whereabouts? What kind of elixir did Lu Xingchen give that person? But regardless of the reason, the more he looked at this Lu Xingchen, the more suspicious he felt. Lowering his head and pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal, landing in front of a canyon. In the canyon, a black hurricane whistled, emitting an astonishing aura. A rusty iron chain bridge spanned across the canyon, swaying violently like a leaf in the wind. That's right. This was the entrance to the land of ruins. Qin Feiyang stood at the edge of the canyon, looking at the bottomless black abyss, and said loudly, "Uncle Ren, please come out for a chat." Ren Duxing controlled this canyon, so he should be able to hear his voice. As expected. After only 10 breaths, a black figure flew out of the black hurricane and landed on the iron chain bridge. It was Ren Duxing. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "You're here." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "There's something I need to tell you. Mu Tianyang is indeed still alive." Ren Duxing's eyes darkened. Qin Feiyang said again, "He appeared near the capital last time, but I don't know where he is now. If you know, he won't be Mu Tianyang, but, at this point." Ren Duxing frowned and pondered. Qin Feiyang asked, "But what?" Judging from the way he's been hiding, his cultivation is indeed not as good as it used to be. "I'm thinking that he might send someone to sneak into the inner palace to participate in the Battle of the 9 States. When this person wins the competition, he can use this person to enter the imperial capital." Ren Duxing said. "How?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "The valley he is in is not an ordinary valley, but a divine artifact. This thing, like your hiding treasure, can be big or small, and has heaven-defying power." Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang said, "You mean, someone will take this valley to the imperial capital after winning the competition?" "That's right. Now Mu Tianyang can't go to the imperial capital by himself, so he can only rely on others. Because the imperial capital and the spiritual state are not only far away, but the journey is also extremely dangerous. However, our attention can't be entirely focused on the spiritual state. It's also possible to go to the other 8 states. Ren Duxing said. "The other 8 states?" Qin Feiyang frowned, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't rule out this possibility. But this way, the target range would undoubtedly become larger. This was really a problem that gave him a headache. He rubbed his forehead, looked at Ren Duxing, and said, "Uncle Ren, I don't want to get involved in this matter." "Huh?" Ren Duxing looked at him in surprise. "I have my own things to do, and I don't have so much time to deal with Mu Tianyang. Besides, I'm just an insignificant person, and I really don't have the ability to deal with such a big matter that concerns the world." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His goal was only to return to the imperial capital to take revenge. After taking revenge, he would take his mother and leave the imperial capital. Chapter 549. Ren Duxing took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and nodded, "If you really don't want to interfere, I can't force you, but I hope you can think about it again." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Uncle Ren, for your understanding. I will definitely think about it seriously." Ren Duxing waved his hand and said with a smile, "Go, work hard and help me take care of Shuang-Er." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and left through the portal. Sigh. When the portal disappeared, Ren Duxing couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his eyebrows full of helplessness. For a long time, being unable to leave this place had been a sore point for him. Because in this way, even if he knew everything, there was nothing he could do. But when he saw Qin Feiyang appear in the canyon, he immediately had a suitable candidate in his heart. Whether it was potential or intelligence, Qin Feiyang was undoubtedly the best choice. How could he shrink back halfway? He didn't know the reason why Qin Feiyang shrank back. But he knew that no one could stop Mu Tianyang's rise. Now he only hoped that this man could change his mind. Otherwise, the future of the great Qin Empire would inevitably set off a storm of blood. Even everything existing would change because of this. Qin Feiyang returned to the inner hall and went directly to the ancient castle instead of entering the alchemy room. "Boss, are you really not going to interfere?" Fatso frowned. "To be honest, I thought that after Ren Duxing agreed, my heart would be very relaxed. But on the contrary, my heart is even heavier now. Perhaps, this is my destiny." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Destiny? There is no such thing as destiny in this world. Although you said it very well, in Fat Lord's opinion, you can't let go of the great Qin Empire at all." Fatso pursed his lips. Lu Hong smiled and said, "There is nothing to hesitate about. Everything is destined by the heavens, so let nature take its course." Qin Feiyang nodded. Now, this was the only way. Next. He walked to the front of the offering table, looked at the jade box containing the potential pill and 9 tunes yellow dragon pill, and fell into deep thought. A moment later, he opened the jade box and took out 2 potential pills and 2 9-chew yellow dragon pills. He turned to Fatso and said, "Go to the Sea of Despair." Fatso was slightly stunned. Looking at the pills in Qin Feiyang's hand, he suddenly understood. He smiled slyly and said, "Boss, Fat Lord can't do this for you. You have to do it yourself." "Cut the crap." Qin Feiyang fiercely glared at him. Fatso chuckled and got up to grab the pill. He moved closer to Qin Feiyang's ear and said with a sinister smile, "If he knows about the existence of the mermaid princess, she will definitely be heartbroken. You have to think about how to tell her. You talk too much." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and left the castle with Fatso. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the ground and prepared to cultivate. Seeing this, Lu Hong was stunned. She asked with a strange expression, "You're not going to see the old man?" This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and smiled embarrassedly. "Let's talk about it later. If you don't go, who's going to help erase the blood contract of the pill fire? You have to know that the Pill Hall Master is a 3-star war sect. Uncle Yang and Fan Jian definitely won't be able to help." Lu Hong pursed her lips and said as she pointed at the cluster of purple flames floating beside the nether devil flame. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said helplessly, "Then let's wait for daybreak." Lu Hong held back her laughter and said, "There will be more people in the morning. It might be even more embarrassing then." In other words, if Qin Feiyang went to find the old man, he would definitely be beaten up. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You're right. Let's go now." He sighed deeply, stood up, and left the castle. Lin Yi also opened her eyes and sighed faintly. "Why is Brother Feiyang hiding it from me?" Luo Chenxue patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry. When the time is up, he will naturally tell you." Lin Yi nodded, but there was a touch of melancholy in her expression. Central City, Mansion Master's mansion. It was already late at night, but the old man hadn't rested yet. He sat alone in the pavilion in the courtyard, looking at the brilliant stars in the sky. There was a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Swish. Suddenly, a figure descended outside the courtyard. It was Qin Feiyang. The old man immediately noticed that someone came, but he didn't turn his head to look. He said with a displeased tone, "You came to find me in the middle of the night. Can't you guys stop?" Qin Feiyang looked at the old man suspiciously. He coughed and said, "I'm here to apologize." This voice, the old man immediately shuddered and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang outside the courtyard. His old face suddenly showed anger. But then, the anger on his face disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Come in." Qin Feiyang felt guilty, but he could only bite the bullet and walk in. As soon as he walked in front of the old man got up suddenly, raised his old hand, and slapped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang couldn't dodge in time. But at this moment, swoosh, a black armored guard came through the air and landed at the courtyard door. He said respectfully, "Mansion Master, someone wants to see you. I will deal with you later." The old man's arm paused. He glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely, then looked at the guard and asked, "Who is it?" The black armored guard said, "It's a woman. I don't know, but she said she is an old friend of yours." "Old friend?" The old man frowned and said, "Bring her here." "No need, I'm already here." A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If he remembered correctly, this was the voice of the Yunju Mansion Master. Why was she in the spiritual state? Could it be that the old witch had already guessed his identity? Swish. As expected, a white-haired old woman flew through the night sky and landed outside the pavilion. The white-haired old woman glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the old man and laughed, "Old man, long time no see." The black-armored guard immediately shouted, "How dare you, don't be rude to the mansion master." The white-haired old woman turned to look at the guard, her old eyes flashing coldly. "You have no business here, leave." The old man waved his hand at the guard. "Yes." The black-armored guard bowed and turned to leave. The old man also looked at the Yunju mansion master and said, "It has been a long time. If possible, it would be best if we never meet again." His words were very calm, as if he didn't like the Yunju mansion master. The white-haired old woman wasn't angry and smiled. "It's rare to see you. Aren't you going to invite me, your old friend, to sit?" The old man returned to the stone bench and said calmly, "Sorry, this old man's temple is small and can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost immediately." Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This old man's words were really merciless. No matter how good-tempered the Yunju mansion master was, he would probably be angry. Besides, he didn't see how good-tempered this old witch was. Sure enough. The Yunju mansion master frowned and said, "It's not that I want to come here, but I'm here to investigate something that has a lot to do with your spiritual state." What a joke. Your Yunju and my spiritual state are thousands of miles apart. How can it be related? I'm telling you, don't come looking for trouble, or don't blame me for not showing mercy. The old man sneered. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't seem to show mercy to this old witch from the beginning. The Yunju mansion master clenched his hands and suppressed the anger in his heart, saying, "The elixir fire of the Pill Fire Palace in Yunju was stolen, I suspect." Wait. The old man waved his hand and interrupted the Yunju mansion master, frowning. "Your elixir fire was stolen. Why did you come to my spiritual state? Do you have nothing better to do?" "Nonsense. Why would I come to you, old bastard? I'm telling you, I suspect that Qin Feiyang of your spiritual state stole our elixir fire." The Yunju mansion master's temper finally exploded. Qin Feiyang next to him also tensed up. Sure enough, he was suspected. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but glance at Qin Feiyang, his old eyes flashing. But it was a bit aggressive. "Why are you looking at him? Call Qin Feiyang over. I want to interrogate him in front of you," the Yunju mansion master shouted. The old man pointed at Qin Feiyang and said calmly, You can interrogate him." The Yunju mansion master was stunned and turned to Qin Feiyang, frowning. "You are?" Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. "Greetings, senior, I am Qin Feiyang." The Yunju mansion master sized up Qin Feiyang and asked, "Do you know me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said, "May I know senior's name?" The Yunju mansion master sneered, "Don't play dumb, you definitely know me. I'll give you a chance, give me your elixir fire immediately, and I'll let bygones be bygones for what you did in Yunju." Qin Feiyang was confused. "Senior, what are you talking about? When did I take your elixir fire?" Still pretending. The Yunju mansion master was furious and said coldly, "Then let me ask you, can you refine elixir pills with 3 elixir patterns? That's something that everyone knows." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Yunju mansion master said again, "Let me ask you again, did you master a battle art that can reflect the opponent's power?" "Yes, I did." Qin Feiyang nodded again. "All right, listen to me clearly. The person who took away my elixir fire could also refine elixir pills with 3 elixir patterns, and he also mastered such a battle art. From what I know, no one from the other big states has both of these conditions. Now that there's solid evidence, you still dare to say that you didn't do it?" The Yunju mansion master said angrily. As the lord of a state, he was indeed smart. Although the Pill Hall's hall master did not say anything, she thought about it carefully and connected all the clues together. On top of that, she also heard about the rumors about Qin Feiyang. Hence, her target was Qin Feiyang. Plus, when Qin Feiyang went to see Ren Duxing, she was already in the state capital. However, she didn't look for the old man directly. Instead, she went to the restaurant to check on Qin Feiyang. Chapter 550. If it were anyone else, they would have panicked and let the cat out of the bag under the questioning of the Cloud State Governor. But Qin Feiyang was calm. His mind was racing as he tried to come up with a solution. He didn't expect the Cloud State Governor to come looking for him so suddenly and so quickly. "What's wrong?" "Guilty." "You have nothing to say?" The Cloud State Governor sneered. "Guilty." Qin Feiyang looked helpless and said, "Senior, forgive me for being blunt, but I don't know what you're talking about. How can I be guilty?" The Cloud State Governor was furious. "Senior, don't be so angry. Let me think about it first. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, if I'm not wrong, you're suspecting me because the elixir fire in the inner hall of the cloud state was stolen and the elixir with 3 elixir patterns and a battle art that could reflect the opponent's power? That's right. The cloud state governor nodded. But senior, I've never been to the cloud state and I don't know where it is. Moreover, the 9 states are vast and there are many talents. Are you so sure that no one else can refine an elixir with 3 elixir patterns? No one else has a battle art that can reflect the opponent's attack? Senior, I can understand how you feel, but you can't be unreasonable and insist that it's me. You have to have proof. Qin Feiyang said with a wronged expression. The cloud state governor's face twitched. How dare he say that she was unreasonable? What an eloquent tongue. As the cloud state governor, I know the geniuses of the other states quite well. There's no such person. She held back her anger and gritted her teeth. Senior, you're the cloud state governor. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I apologize to you solemnly. However, senior, we are now discussing the matter as it is, so don't blame junior for being too harsh with his words. Senior, you're being too presumptuous. How should I put it? It's true that you're the cloud state governor and you know the geniuses of the other states. But senior, have you thought about the countless geniuses in the 9 states? Some are high profile while others are low key. And for those low key people, even if they're standing in front of you, you won't know their talents and abilities. Why do you say no? Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Yun State Mansion master was speechless for a moment. Senior, if you can show me proof, I'll let you. But if you can't, then you'll have to give me an explanation. After all, this is not a small matter. Qin Feiyang again. The governor of Cloud State looked gloomy. Only now did she realize that she shouldn't have come to the spiritual state. She had brought humiliation upon herself. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she said in a low voice, previously, when I was in the restaurant, I heard that you had been missing for a long time. How do you explain that? Qin Feiyang paused and said helplessly, I've been cultivating in seclusion. I just didn't show myself in front of others. If you don't believe me, you can ask the old man. Of course, it's also because I'm too eye-catching. After not seeing me for a while, people couldn't help but make wild guesses. Qin Feiyang added. Narcissistic little slick. The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. The cloud state governor was also speechless. But after hearing Qin Feiyang's words, she couldn't find any other suspicious points. No. There was another suspicious point. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, if I'm not wrong, you're an 8-star combat emperor? Qin Feiyang nodded and asked in confusion, is there a problem? Of course. Because the person who stole the alchemy fire is also an 8-star combat emperor, the cloud state governor said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart and said angrily, Senior, there are 8-star combat emperors everywhere in the 9 continents. Can this be considered a reason? The cloud state governor lost his patience and shouted, they're both 8-star combat emperors and alchemists. They've also mastered the art of reflecting the opponent's attack. Is this a coincidence? Yes, there are very few such coincidences in the world. But I'll say it again. Just because you don't know, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The key is the evidence. I don't want to say anything more. If you have evidence, just take it out. If you don't talk nonsense here. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. He stood behind the old man and lowered his head in silence. The cloud state governor looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the old man. Don't look at me. During this period, Feiyang has been in seclusion. And he's in seclusion at my place. So what you said doesn't exist at all. The old man said lightly. The cloud state governor was silent for a while and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. What's wrong? Do you think you can leave after slandering the people of the spiritual state? The old man raised his eyebrows. What do you want? The cloud state governor's eyes turned gloomy. Feiyang is just a child. His mind is still very fragile. He must be very upset after being wronged by you. Shouldn't you give him some compensation? I'll say it here. If you can't settle this today, I'll go to the capital 3 months later and complain to the emperor about you. The old man sneered. The Cloud State governor was furious, but he didn't know how to refute. In the end, she took out a jade scroll from her tranquil pouch and threw it on the stone table. Then she opened a portal and left angrily. Qin Feiyang saw the jade scroll and his eyes lit up. He reached out to grab it. But then, the governor slapped his arm and said angrily, "You caused so much trouble for me and you still want this jade scroll?" Qin Feiyang rubbed his arm and said sadly, "I didn't cause any trouble." Humph. The governor snorted and said, "Then tell me now. Did you take away the alchemy fire in the inner hall of the Cloud State? If you dare to lie, don't even think about participating in the Battle of the 9 States." Well, Qin Feiyang frowned and said helplessly, "Okay, I admit it. I took it." "You really?" The governor stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang, but then he smiled brightly and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He nodded and said, "You're good." Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought the old man would be furious and teach him a lesson. He didn't expect the old man to praise him. What was going on? Was the old man's brain cramping? The old man sneered and said, "This woman is not a good person. I'm very satisfied with what you did." Oh. Qin Feiyang understood. It seemed that there was an irreconcilable grudge between the old man and the governor of Cloud State. "Actually, I didn't want you to go to Cloud State not because I was afraid that you would cause trouble, but because I was afraid that you would die there. Because that woman is very vicious. The Situ family, which was once loyal to her, was destroyed by her in the end because of a scoundrel's instigation," the old man said with a strong hatred in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously and asked, "You know about the Situ family too?" "Of course I do. The ancestor of the Situ family is my close friend. When I heard the bad news of his death, I was very angry. The last time I went to the imperial capital, I even mentioned it to the emperor. But this woman was full of excuses. The emperor was high and mighty and didn't want to care about this. Then, the matter was left unsettled. I'm also powerless." The old man sighed. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this was the reason why the old man didn't like the governor of Cloud State. He smiled and said, "The Situ family is not actually extinct. There is still a descendant alive." "Who?" The old man looked at him in surprise. "You've seen him before, but he's not here now," Qin Feiyang said. "I've seen him before." The old man was surprised. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's image crystal made a sound. When he took it out, Fatso's image quickly appeared. Fatso smiled and said, "Boss, it's done." "Where are you now?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm at the old man's place. I happened to mention you. Come over quickly." "Mention me?" Fatso was stunned. After turning off the image crystal, he arrived in the courtyard in less than 3 breaths. Qin Feiyang patted Fatso's shoulder and looked at the old man. "The person I was talking about is him." The old man immediately looked at Fatso. Qin Feiyang said, "Fatso is a descendant of the Situ family. He's also the son of the patriarch. This time, he's going to Cloud State mainly to pay respects to his family." "Really?" The old man looked at Fatso and asked. Fatso was a little confused. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also told Fatso that the old man and the Situ family's patriarch were close friends. "The patriarch and the old man are old acquaintances?" Fatso was shocked. This was really unexpected. When he came back to his senses, he nodded and said to the old man, "I'm indeed a descendant of the Situ family." "Great." The old man was quite excited. He said, "Work hard. You must clear your patriarch's name." "I definitely will." Fatso clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with an extremely determined light. The old man nodded and asked, "Is there anyone else in the Situ family who's still alive?" "Only the butler and I are left. It was the butler who sent me to the spiritual state back then," Fatso said in disappointment. "It's been hard on you. The butler is too much. It's not like he doesn't know my relationship with your patriarch. He should have sent you directly to me back then. You wouldn't have to wander outside." The old man sighed. "Maybe the butler didn't want to cause trouble for you. Maybe it's because I wasn't talented back then." He wanted me to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life in the spiritual state. However, I have to thank him for not doing so back then. Because that way, I wouldn't have met the boss in Black Bear City. Now, I won't have such achievements. Fatso smiled. That's true. The two of you might have been fated to meet. Tell me, other than taking away the alchemy fire, what else did you do in Cloud State? The mansion master asked. Qin Feiyang and the old man immediately looked at each other and smiled. Fatso chuckled. Actually, we didn't do much. We just killed Commander Nai. Ah. The old man was shocked. Of course, he knew about Commander Nai. He was a genuine combat master. Qin Feiyang continued, other than the alchemy fire in the inner palace, we also took away another type of 4th grade alchemy fire. What? The old man's eyes widened. Fatso continued, we killed all the 7-star combat emperors and 8-star combat emperors in the inner palace. Even a 9-star combat emperor died. Immediately, the old man's face couldn't help but twitch. We didn't do anything. Fatso chuckled. Actually, we're still keeping a low profile. We could have killed the Pill Hall master, but the boss let him go. Ah. The old man was shocked again. This is considered keeping a low profile? That's not right. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Why did you take so many alchemy fires? Chapter 551. What? The old man was shocked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The Nether Devil Flame and the Purple Alchemy Fire appeared at the same time. The Nether Devil Flame is already 4th grade now. After devouring this alchemy fire, it can be upgraded to 5th grade. So, old man, please help me to erase the blood contract in this alchemy fire. Qin Feiyang pleaded. The mansion master looked at the Nether Devil Flame suspiciously. He released his battle chi and pounced towards the purple alchemy fire. At the same time, Cloud State's inner palace. The Pill Hall master's body trembled. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The blood contract has been erased. Who exactly are you? Who's the person behind you? He mumbled to himself. He didn't have the status of Cloud State's mansion master. Hence, he didn't know much about the other states. At the moment, he didn't suspect Qin Feiyang. In the courtyard, as soon as the blood contract of the purple alchemy fire was erased by the old man, the Nether Devil Flame recovered and pounced towards the purple alchemy fire. Very soon, the purple alchemy fire disappeared. At the same time, the aura of the Nether Devil Flame soared. It finally upgraded to a 5-star alchemy fire. It can really upgrade its grade. The old man was engrossed in watching. He didn't know that there was such a magical alchemy fire in the world. Qin Feiyang kept the Nether Devil Flame in the castle. He looked at the old man and said, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Leave. The old man came back to his senses. His eyes turned cold and he said, although I sided with you guys in front of the mansion master, it doesn't mean that I'm not angry. Qin Feiyang and the old man looked at each other. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Wang Hong! The old man suddenly shouted. Whoosh! After a while, Wang Hong broke through the air and arrived. The moment he saw Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu, a trace of anger crept up between his brows. He held back his anger and looked at the old man respectfully. Sir, what can I do for you? Lock them in the prison. Before the battle of the 9 states starts, don't let them leave. Guard it personally for this old man. Remember, don't let them escape this time. Old Master said. Yes. Wang Hong nodded. He turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and Xiao Chen. He said expressionlessly, let's go. Fatso looked at the jade slip on the stone table with shifty eyes and asked cautiously, then this jade slip, scram. Before he could finish, the old man shouted angrily. Fatso immediately shrank his neck in fear and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also looked helpless. Then, the two of them turned into a stream of light and flew toward the prison. Along the way, Wang Hongdu's face was dark and he didn't say a word to the two of them. You're the commander of a province after all. How can you be so petty? Fatso could not help but mutter. What? I'm petty. Wang Hong immediately stopped and turned to glare at Fatso. Ha ha, Fatso laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang also couldn't help but glare at Fatso. Wang Hong was already in a bad mood. Wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he said that? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Hong and said with a smile, "Senior, don't. I really don't deserve to be called senior." Wang Hong said indifferently before turning around and continuing to fly towards the prison. Qin Feiyang's heart was bitter. When they arrived at the prison, Li Duo and the others who were guarding the prison could not help but be stunned. "Why are you here again?" Guard Captain Li Duo asked instinctively. "Again?" Fatso was instantly furious and roared, "Do you think Fat Lord wants to come to this damn place?" Li Duo and the others were stunned. Wang Hong shouted impatiently, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Open the door." "Yes." Li Duo quickly turned around, opened the prison door, and led Qin Feiyang and the other two to the 7th cell. When the stone door of the cell was opened, Wang Hong said, "Go in, don't run around, or don't blame me for breaking your legs." The two of them walked into the cell helplessly. Li Duo looked at the two of them strangely and asked, "Commander, do you want to put iron shackles on them?" "No need," Wang Hong said. Li Duo was stunned for a moment and understood what was going on. Just as Wang Hong was about to turn around and leave, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of Zhao He and said, "Senior, is there any problem with Zhao He during this period of time?" "No," Wang Hong said coldly and turned to walk out of the prison. However, he did not leave. He sat cross-legged in front of the prison door and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Li Duo and the others looked at each other. He actually had to trouble Wang Hong to personally guard here. This Qin Feiyang was really a troublemaker. In the cell, Fatso glanced around the cell and said angrily, "Fat Lord, why do I feel that we have a special affinity with this damn place?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Anyway, there's nothing to do now. It doesn't matter where we stay. You're quite open-minded." Fatso pursed his lips, but then said with a sly smile, "What do you think that old witch's expression is now?" Qin Feiyang smiled. That jade slip was at most a superior battle art. A superior battle art was definitely nothing in the eyes of the Lord of a State, so Qin Feiyang did not take it to heart. However, this was a matter of face. The Yunju Prefecture Lord was here to denounce them. However, in the end, not only did he not get anything out of her, but he also gave her a battle art. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for her. Needless to say, her mood must be very bad right now. "By the way, how is she?" Qin Feiyang asked. This she was naturally referring to the mermaid princess. "Not bad, just a little." Fatso moved closer to Qin Feiyang's ear and said with a chuckle, "I miss you." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, walked to the stone bed, sat on it, took out a battle chi pill, and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. He really did not dare to think about these personal matters before he took revenge. The most important thing now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible and prepare for the great battle of the 9 State. The next morning, on a mountain peak deep in the mountains outside the city, 2 figures stood side by side. One of them was an old man with white hair, but his face was ruddy and he looked very energetic. His whole body also exuded an ethereal aura. The other person was a middle-aged man. He was 7 feet tall and his body was quite thin. He was wearing a long white robe, and there were a few strands of white hair at his temples. He was full of vicissitudes of life. His dark eyes were also very spirited, and there was a great majesty in them. The white-haired old man asked, "Is Feiyang back?" The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, "He's back, but the prefecture lord put him in prison again. That child really doesn't stop at all." The white-haired old man shook his head helplessly, but there was a trace of doting between his brows. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "This is Qin Feiyang, isn't it?" The white-haired old man nodded and said, "Continue to stay in the city and protect him secretly, but it's best not to have too much contact with him. Because with his intelligence, he might be able to see through your identity as long as you reveal any clues." "I know." The middle-aged man nodded and asked, "Have you found out the origin of that mysterious valley?" "Yes, it's Mu Tianyang." At the mention of Mu Tianyang's name, the white-haired old man's expression was unimaginably calm, as if he did not take it to heart at all. "Mu Tianyang?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Mu Tianyang is the emperor of the previous Heavenly Sun Empire. Back then, our first emperor was kind and merciful, and did not destroy his soul. But who would have thought that not only is he ungrateful, but he is also recruiting soldiers to overthrow the great Qin Empire. He doesn't even know if he has the ability to do so now. The white-haired old man sneered. The middle-aged man said in surprise, "Then why don't you get rid of him now? There are some things that I don't need to do." The white-haired old man said meaningfully before disappearing into thin air. The middle-aged man frowned and also opened a teleportation gate to leave. Time flew. The Great War of the 9 States finally began. This morning. Inner Palace. The disciples of the Pillfire Palace and the Cultivation Palace all walked out and gathered in the square. Everyone was hale and hearty, and their fighting spirit was high. Among them, 3 were the most dazzling. They weren't brought along with the others. They were like brilliant stars, standing separately in the void. One of them was Dong Zhengyang. As for the other 2, one was a muscular young man, and the other was a thin young man. The muscular young man had a head of thick black short hair. He was taller than ordinary people and was at least 2 meters tall. He was like a small giant. His feet were bare, and his upper body was exposed. His skin was bronze in color, and his muscles were bulging. He was filled with explosive power. He wore a pair of black leopard skin pants and his eyes were like those of a tiger, exuding a wild aura. As for the thin young man, he was extremely handsome. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a long white robe that was spotless. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. He even held an exquisite jade flute in his hands. He looked elegant with an outstanding aura. Many female disciples looked at him with infatuation. Without a doubt. This person and the muscular young man were the 2 kings of the inner palace who had never shown themselves. At the same time, Ren Wushuang was also in the square. However, he did not look at Dong Zhengyang and the other 2 from the beginning. He scanned the crowd, as though he was searching for something. Shunmai stood beside him. Seeing Ren Wushuang looking around, Shunmai covered her mouth and laughed. "You seem to be too concerned about that cheap brother of yours. What nonsense are you talking about?" Ren Wushuang blushed and glared at Shunmai. "Am I talking nonsense? But then again, that kid is so outstanding. If it were me, I would also like him. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family." Shunmai joked. Ren Wushuang said with a dark face, "Don't get more and more ridiculous. I only treat him as a brother." "Is that so?" Shunmai looked at him doubtfully. Seeing that Ren Wushuang was about to go crazy, Shunmai hurriedly waved her hand and said, Okay, I won't say any more. Don't worry, he will definitely come." Suddenly, she felt a gaze locked on her. Looking over, she immediately saw Lu Xingchen looking at her. Immediately, she panicked a little. Ren Wushuang noticed her abnormality. He looked at Lu Xingchen and frowned slightly. He then grabbed Shunmai's hand and whispered, "It has been so long. Don't think too much." Shunmai nodded. Swish. Right at this moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky above the inner palace hall. "Greetings to the mansion master. Greetings to the chief hall master. Greetings to the pill hall master. Greetings to the martial arts hall master." All the disciples knelt down and kowtowed. Chapter 552. After the old man and the other 3 arrived at the inner hall, more than a dozen people followed. Among them was the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. The castellans of the 4 major districts. Among the 10 commanders, only Wang Hong hadn't arrived yet. In short, almost all the big shots of the spiritual state were here, which showed how much importance they attached to the battle of the 9 states. Looking at the disciples below, the old man's face was full of smiles as he said, "Rise." The disciples of the 2 halls stood up. The battle of the 9 states is about to begin. This old man believes that you are more excited than this old man. After all, this is the only chance to enter the imperial capital. Once you enter the imperial capital, both your identity and status will rise overnight. I'm afraid that even this old man will have to bow to you when I see you. The old man laughed. Hearing the old man's slightly teasing words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The old man shook his head and said, "Don't laugh, because this old man is telling the truth." The thin young man standing in the void said, "Master, even if we are lucky enough to enter the imperial capital, we won't forget your kindness in nurturing us." Yes. If it weren't for the nurturing of the master and the 3 hall masters, how could we have today's achievements? We will never forget your great kindness. All the disciples bowed. The old man and the others couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. Although they knew that these disciples were just saying polite words, they felt comfortable listening to them. This old man is deeply gratified that you have such a heart, but, at this point, the old man paused and his face became very serious. Seeing this, everyone immediately shut up and fell into a dead silence. Although you all have a chance to enter the imperial capital, the premise is that you have to survive. This old man can tell you that the Battle of the 9 States is very cruel. In the past, less than 1/10 of the people survived. The old man said, "What? Less than 1/10? Everyone was shocked. Are you surprised by this? This old man will tell you something even more shocking. In the previous Battle of the 9 States, only 4 people from the spiritual state came back alive." The old man said. Hearing this, everyone's heart instantly became incomparably heavy. These 4 people are the current Grand Hall Master of the Sacred Palace, the Chief Pavilion Master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, and Commander Wang Hong, whom you are familiar with. The last one is me. Although we survived that year, we didn't win, but in the end, we became the rulers of the spiritual state. This old man isn't saying this to show off, nor is it because I want to get your cheers. This old man wants to tell you that there is only hope if you survive. In the 9 Prefectures' Great War, you have to treat your own life as more important than anything else. The old man said. Yes. Everyone bowed. Pavilion Master. This old man has already explained everything that needs to be explained. I won't say any more nonsense. I wish you all the best. After the old man finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Everyone looked at each other, but in the end, no one said anything. Looking at everyone's reaction, the martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and said, "Since you don't want to quit, then get ready to go. I think it's better for those who are below the 9-star combat emperor to not go, because they will only die in vain." But at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Swoosh. Following that, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Wang Hong, Qin Feiyang, and Fatso. 3 months had passed. Fatso had broken through to the 8-star combat emperor and caught up with Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's cultivation didn't break through, but he had improved a lot. It's Qin Feiyang. He really came. Everyone was shocked. A trace of a smile crept onto Ren Wushuang's peerless face. Humph. Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? We will die in vain if we go. What about you? You haven't reached the 9-star combat emperor yet, right? Suddenly, someone said in a gloomy voice. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw Xu Yang and Wu Yang staring at him coldly. I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Not to mention the other provinces, just Mo Wushan and the others in Yun province. Except for Dong Xingyang, no one was their match. That was why he suggested that those who weren't a 9-star combat emperor shouldn't go. Because those who were below the 9-star combat emperor were simply courting death. Speaking of which, he had good intentions. Truth. I think you're looking down on everyone. Qin Feiyang, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Xu Yang and Wu Yang sneered. Hearing this, the others were furious. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "All right, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Xu Yang and Wu Yang were obviously fanning the flames to make him the target of public criticism. It was really a thankless task. If he knew it would be like this, he would never have made this suggestion. Xu Yang didn't mind and sneered, "Words are like spilled water. Can you take it back? Fat Lord has a bad temper. Yes, we're arrogant. What can you do about it? You don't agree? Come, let's compete. Fat Lord happens to have the time to teach you how to behave. You can come at me together." Fat Lord won't refuse. Fatso was burning with anger. These two simply didn't know what was good for them. Damn it. Even this damn fatso is so arrogant. Senior brother Wu Yang, senior brother Xu Yang, quickly teach him a lesson and extinguish his arrogance. Someone said angrily. Yes. Fat Lord is so arrogant. Whoever doesn't agree can come at him. Fatso looked down in all directions, looking like he was going to fight a group of heroes. But at this moment, the martial arts hall master frowned and shouted, "Stop fooling around. Get out. What are you doing?" The fatty glanced at him from the corner of his eyes filled with disdain. Since he wanted to be arrogant, he would be arrogant to the end. Moreover, he had long been dissatisfied with this martial arts hall master. Crack. The martial arts hall master clenched his fists tightly. Preposterous. How dare you be rude to the hall master? You're asking for a beating. Wu Yang and Xu Yang's aura exploded as they rushed towards Fatso at the same time. Why? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The aura of the two was actually stronger than before. They were actually 8 Star War Emperors. He remembered that when they first entered the inner hall, the two of them were only 7 Star War Emperors. It turned out that they had both broken through. No wonder they dared to provoke him again and again. It seemed that these two wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge on Qin Feiyang for forcing them to lick the water that washed his feet. However, although their cultivation had some breakthroughs, Fatso's improvement was even greater. Are they really going to attack together? Fatso hid behind Qin Feiyang in a panic. Haha, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why did you become a coward all of a sudden? Damn fat pig, don't say such harsh words if you don't have the ability. Get lost quickly, don't be a disgrace here. The crowd below immediately jeered and ridiculed. Xu Yang and Xu Yang also stopped in the void, proud of their success. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fatso was speechless as he walked out from behind Qin Feiyang. He glanced at the crowd below in disdain and looked at Xu Yang and Xu Yang. It's just a small joke. Look at how proud you are, your tails are almost in the sky. Small joke. How dare you trick us? Unforgivable. Xu Yang and Xu Yang were furious. Battle chi surged. Above Wu Yang's head, a giant peak instantly condensed, emitting a heavy aura. In the void above Xu Yang's head, a fiery red disk also appeared, like a scorching sun, illuminating the sky. Damn. He actually used a battle art? Is there a need to be so serious? Fatso's pupils contracted, looking a little timid. Trash. Seeing this, the martial arts hall master didn't stop them. Instead, he took a few steps back, giving the three of them a battlefield. His eyes were filled with a cold smile and disdain. Don't run if you have the guts. Xu Yang and Xu Yang shouted coldly. Boom. Almost at the same time, the giant peak and the disc whizzed out, carrying a shocking aura, and blasted towards Fatso. Run! Fatso straightened his back and said disdainfully, in Fat Lord's dictionary, the word run does not exist. But as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and hid behind Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Boss, you do it. Qin Feiyang's forehead was instantly filled with a row of black lines. He said angrily, can't you be a little more promising? It was simply a disgrace to him. Fatso suppressed his voice and said seriously, you misunderstood. Fat Lord is not a little more promising. Fat Lord just doesn't want to expose his strength too early. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him and raised his head to look at the giant peak and disc. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he pointed his index finger in the air. The third move of the void returning art, splitting sky. An invisible force suddenly roared out and pounced over with an earth-shattering force. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by two deafening noises, the giant peak and the round plate instantly shattered. Puff. Xu Yang and Xu Yang also spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss, you can rest now. Next, the wise and mighty Fat Lord will end this boring confrontation. Fatso took a step out from behind Qin Feiyang and flew towards Xu Yang and Xu Yang in high spirits. He roared, you two small fries, tremble in fear. As soon as he stepped forward, he slapped the two of them in the face. The two of them were immediately stunned. But they weren't stunned by the slap. They were angered by Fatso's shamelessness. Blockheads like you dare to challenge Fat Lord. Fatso's face was full of disdain. He clenched his fists and took the opportunity to punch the two in the stomach. Ah! The two of them screamed and were directly sent flying. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Who else is not convinced? Fatso looked at the two of them in disdain and then glanced at the crowd below. His arrogant look made people gnash their teeth in anger. Clown. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Ren Wushuang, who was in the crowd below, couldn't stop his cheeks from twitching. After so many years, Fatso's character didn't change at all. Instead, he became more and more shameless and wretched. No one dares to go up. If you can't even defeat Fat Lord, who dares to participate in the 9 states tournament? Isn't that a joke? Fatso smiled disdainfully. Have you had enough? The martial arts hall master couldn't stand it anymore. He originally wanted Xu Yang and Xu Yang to give Fatso and Qin Feiyang some trouble. But he didn't expect the two of them to be so useless and defeated in one move. Chapter 553. The mansion master smiled faintly and said, "Let them do it if they want to." The martial arts hall master looked at the old man in disbelief and said, "My lord, aren't you indulging them?" The old man smiled but didn't say anything. The martial arts hall master frowned. At this moment, the pill hall master sighed. Some people's IQ is really worrying. Who are you talking about? The martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and looked at him unkindly. Who knows? My lord, letting them do whatever they want has nothing to do with indulging them. My lord wants to take this opportunity to observe everyone's strength so that he can pick someone to be the leader. After all, the 9 prefectures war isn't a child's play. If we're like a plate of loose sand now, we won't have any chance of winning. The pill hall master said faintly. So that's why. The martial arts hall master murmured. The pill hall master said playfully, "You can't even think of this. Don't you think you're stupid?" The martial arts hall master was furious. Enough. There are so many disciples here. Can't you guys stop and set a good example? The colorful clothed lady yelled. The pill hall master and the martial arts hall master went silent. However, the disciples below were in an uproar. Because the pill hall master didn't hide what he said intentionally. Everyone heard it. Everyone was guessing. Who would be the leader in the end? One must know. Leader wasn't just a title. There were many benefits involved. Most importantly, he could order everyone around him. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also hesitating. Should he snatch the leader's position? Although he could maximize his benefits if he became the leader, it would also attract a lot of trouble. And he hated trouble the most. At this moment, Xu Yang and the martial arts hall master steadied themselves and wiped the blood from the corner of their mouth. They immediately looked at Fatso. Their eyes were cold and piercing. Why? You still want to play? Fatso glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. Wu Yang said in a deep voice, "If you have the guts, don't hide behind Qin Feiyang. Fight us fair and square." Fatso said confidently, "You call this hiding? This is a tactic. Do you understand? Bastard. There's a limit to your shamelessness." The two were furious. Boom. Behind him, 2 enormous beings soared into the sky. Similar to their battle arts, there was also a towering mountain and a fiery red disk. However, the difference was that the aura it exuded was much stronger than that of a battle art. That was right. This was their fighting soul. They had even activated their fighting souls, which showed how angry they were. Oh my god. When Fatso saw that the two of them had activated their fighting souls, he let out a strange cry. Without hesitation, he turned around and slipped behind Qin Feiyang. What a fucking bitch. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but have the thought of ruthlessly beating up the fatty. This included Dong Zhengyang, the brawny man, and the skinny young man. Dong Zhengyang was actually a little better. After all, he had interacted with Fatso before. As for the burly man and the skinny young man, although they were usually in seclusion, they had heard of Fatso's deeds. However, what he saw with his own eyes was completely different from what he had heard before. They couldn't figure out how there could be such a shameless person in the world. Did Fatso know how to write the word shame? Without a doubt. Xu Yang and the skinny young man were even more furious, and their lungs were about to explode. Clang! Boom! The two war souls roared in the sky as they charged at Fatty with overbearing momentum. They were confident in their own fighting souls. Even Qin Feiyang would not be able to block them. However, they soon understood that things in the world were often not as simple as they thought. Qin Feiyang only raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. An invisible force was like a torrent of beasts, covering the sky and earth. The fourth move of the Void End skill, Void End. Boom! After a few breaths of time, the two fighting souls and the invisible force collapsed at the same time. Qin Feiyang's body trembled slightly and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Xu Yang and the skinny young man were sent flying again, and their faces were as pale as paper. Haha, did you see that? That's the difference between us. Fatso immediately stood up with his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. Qin Feiyang frowned and said angrily, "Enough, stop fooling around." After saying that, he retreated to the side and remained silent. This was because when he was fighting with Xu Yang and the skinny young man, he had decided not to compete for the position of team leader. On the one hand, he was afraid of trouble. On the other hand, he did not want to spend time taking care of these ignorant people. Fatso smiled bitterly and stood obediently beside Qin Feiyang. The old master looked at Qin Feiyang and could not help but frown. In his heart, Qin Feiyang was the best choice for team leader. However, it was obvious that Qin Feiyang did not have this intention. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to stop now. Ahem. After a dry cough, the old master looked at Xu Yang and the skinny young man and said, "Both of you, stop. Now, who is the most suitable team leader?" Since the estate master had spoken, Xu Yang and the skinny young man naturally did not dare to continue arguing. However, they were still very unhappy in their hearts. "I support senior brother Dongfang Wuhan." Wu Yang was the first to speak. "I also support senior brother Wuhan to be the team leader." Xu Yang also spoke. "I also support him, because only senior brother Wuhan can take on such a heavy responsibility." "That's right, I also support him." The group of disciples below began to jeer. "Thank you for your love, but I am really powerless. Please choose someone else." The skinny young man immediately cupped his hands and smiled. "So his name is Dongfang Wuhan. Is he Dongfang Yu's clansman?" Qin Feiyang murmured. "In fact, I think senior brother Murong Xiong can also be the team leader this time." "I don't agree. Although senior brother Murong Xiong is the king of the inner hall, to put it bluntly, he is all brawn and no brains. I think senior brother Dong Zhengyang is qualified to do so, because he has both brains and strength. Even so, senior brother Dong Zhengyang is just a newly promoted king after all. He can't be compared with senior brother Murong Xiong and senior brother Dongfang Wuhan. I don't care. Anyway, they are all kings. It doesn't matter who is the team leader." Everyone was talking about it. Their eyes were all on Dong Zhengyang and the other two. However, as the three people involved, they didn't express any opinions and kept silent. "I support Qin Feiyang." At this time, an exceptionally loud voice rang out. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. Qin Feiyang also looked over. The person who spoke was actually Lu Xingchen. If we put aside all prejudices, no one can deny that Qin Feiyang is definitely the first candidate with his talent, brains, and means. The most important thing is that he can refine the best pills that others can't. "This will be of great help to our victory," Lu Xingchen said with a smile. "This point can't be denied. But Qin Feiyang is too selfish. If he is the team leader, I'm afraid he will be the only one who benefits in the end. As for us, we will all become cannon fodder. So, I firmly oppose," Wu Yang and Xu Yang said. The others also nodded one after another, expressing their agreement. Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile, "I'm just telling the truth. Whether you choose him or not is your business." After that, he closed his mouth and didn't say another word. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen with deep meaning and said lightly, "I'm not interested. You guys take your time to choose. Even if you are interested, we won't choose you." Xu Yang sneered. "Clown, Fat Lord. Let's see how long you can jump. Qin Feiyang's face was very calm, without the slightest ripple, but Fatso's eyes flashed with a cold light. After some debate, the final candidate for the team leader was finally finalized, and it was Dongfang Wuhan. First, Dongfang Wuhan's strength was the strongest in the inner palace, and the brawny man Murong Xiong was also inferior to him. Second, Dongfang Wuhan was also an alchemist, and his talent was not worse than Lu Xingchen's. But the old man was not very satisfied with Dongfang Wuhan, who was expected to be the team leader. However, this was everyone's decision, and he couldn't say much. The old man said, "In this battle of the 9 states, Commander Wang Hong and the current Castellan of the East City, Jiang Chenqing, will escort you. You must listen to them." "Yes." Everyone responded. Jiang Chenqing? Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. Wang Hong's escort wasn't out of his expectations. After all, Wang Hong was the strongest existence in the spiritual state besides the old man, and he could better ensure everyone's safety. However, he was surprised that Jiang Chenqing would be the escort. Although Jiang Chenqing's status was not low, he was still the Castellan and had nothing to do with the holy sanctum. Why did he have to escort them? At the same time, the old man looked at the Grand Hall Master and the others and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "No." The Grand Hall Master and the others shook their heads. "Then let's go." The old man waved his hand and opened a portal in the void. Wang Hong took the lead to walk to the portal, looked at the disciples of the 2 palaces, and said, "I will say one last thing. I have personally experienced the battle of the 9 states and know how cruel it is. It is not too late to regret now, but once you step into the portal, your fate will no longer be in your hands. Think carefully." After that, Wang Hong turned and walked into the portal. Jiang Chenqing did not go in, but stood beside the portal and glanced at everyone. Hearing Wang Hong's words, some disciples began to hesitate. But there were also people who entered the portal without hesitation. For example, Dong Zhengyang, Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, Lu Xingchen, Wu Yang, Xu Yang, and so on. As people entered the portal one by one, the number of people in the inner palace kept decreasing. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang found a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Xiong Shaolong. Why was he in the inner palace? When he first met Xiong Shaolong had just broken through to the 9-star battle monarch realm, but how long had it been, and he was in the inner palace? Just when he was puzzled, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flickered, and he whispered, "So it's you." "What do you mean it's you?" Fatso heard Qin Feiyang's whisper and could not help but ask in confusion. "On the night we just returned to the inner palace, didn't someone meet Lu Xingchen on the peak of the mountain? At that time, I felt that the voice was a little familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was. When I saw Xiong Shaolong just now, I remembered. It was him." Qin Feiyang said. "Him?" Fatso was slightly stunned. He followed Qin Feiyang's gaze, and his eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 554. Xiong Shaolong didn't notice that Qin Feiyang was paying attention to him. He raised his head and looked at the portal, as if he was struggling. At this moment, Lu Xingchen soared into the air and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin, when are you going in?" Fatso revealed a puzzled expression and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you when we go in?" There was obvious dissatisfaction in his words. How could Lu Xingchen not hear it? But the smile on his face remained. "Back then, when we went to the ruins, I fought side by side with Brother Qin. Our tacit understanding is not bad, so this time, I want to continue working with Brother Qin. As for Dongfang Wuhan and the others, to be honest, I don't think highly of them." Lu Xingchen laughed. He deliberately lowered his voice so that only the 3 of them could hear him. Fatso was startled for a moment, then laughed, "You have good eyes, but we might not cooperate with you." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "This still depends on Brother Qin, right?" Fatso pursed his lips. When he was with Qin Feiyang, he couldn't make the decision, but he could give his opinion. The Lu Xingchen after his rebirth was too strange, he had to be on guard. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "We don't know what the situation is like in the 9 regions Great War. I think it's better for us to wait until we understand the details before we talk about cooperation. This way, he wouldn't offend anyone and would also leave himself a way out. What if there was a need to cooperate with Lu Xingchen in the future? Therefore, he couldn't say too much. All right. Lu Xingchen nodded. He also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, because it was obvious that Qin Feiyang hadn't let down his guard against him. Suddenly, the struggling Xiong Shaolong soared into the air and flew towards the portal. Fatso was surprised. This guy really dared to go. Judging from his aura, Xiong Shaolong was only a one-star war emperor. Wasn't it equivalent to courting death? After Xiong Shaolong, many more people entered the portal. However, there were also many people who changed their minds. The cultivation level of these people was basically below 6-star combat emperor. One of them was someone Qin Feiyang was familiar with, Murong Jing. She also chose to withdraw. In the eyes of others, her actions might seem cowardly, but in the eyes of Qin Feiyang, it was a very wise decision. After all, the Great War of the 9 States wasn't the only one. Rather than throwing away their lives now, they might as well wait until the next Great War and become stronger before participating in it. Wouldn't that be more secure? Smelly brat, when we enter the battlefield, you must protect Shuang well. If anything happens to her, when you return, this old man will not let you off easily. At this moment, an old voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. It was the old man who was transmitting a message to him. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Even if the old man didn't say anything, he would do his best to protect this cheap sister of his. Whoosh. In the meantime, Ren Wushuang glanced at Qin Feiyang and flew side by side with Shun Mai towards the portal. Shun Mai is going too. Qin Feiyang frowned. This woman used to be a 5-star combat emperor, and now she had broken through to 6-star combat emperor, but her strength was still not enough. Looks like there's going to be more trouble. Women really don't let people be at ease. Fatso couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After the incident with Lu Xingchen, not only did it not change the relationship between Ren Wushuang and Shun Mai, but it also made them closer. It could even be said that they were like sisters. If they wanted to protect Ren Wushuang, they would definitely have to take care of Shun Mai. Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso's gloomy face and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He called out and followed Ren Wushuang and stepped into the portal. Fatso also followed in. Lu Xingchen glanced at the inner hall and his eyes flashed. He rushed into the portal without looking back. Jiang Qianqing also followed in. He was also the last person to enter the portal. When the portal disappeared, the old man sighed and said, "I hope that this time, everyone can return safely." That's unrealistic. The multicolor-clothed woman shook her head. For a moment, the hearts of the leaders present felt as if there was a rock pressing down on them. It was incomparably heavy. Outside the state capital, there was a huge canyon. The canyon was more than 10 miles long, surrounded by mountains and isolated from the world. Within the canyon, there were 4 different areas. In the south, there was a colorful sea of flowers. Among the flowers, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs swaying in the wind, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. In the north, there was a clear lake like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. In the west, there was a plain without any trees. It was covered with green grass, looking like an oasis in the desert. In the east, there was a green forest. The trees were not particularly thick, but they were lush and full of vitality. This place was peaceful, tranquil, and quiet. This was like a fairyland. When one was in it, no matter how many troubles one had, one could forget them all. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a group of young people appeared in the sky above the canyon. All of them had extraordinary auras and were wearing the uniform of the sacred palace. That's right. They were the disciples of the inner hall. Coming to this unfamiliar place, everyone was extremely surprised. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at the canyon below with extremely unpleasant expressions. Because this was the Butterfly Valley that they did not want to come to even in their dreams. "Boss, what's going on?" Fatso was extremely surprised. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Weren't they going to participate in the great battle of the 9 states? Why were they here? Was that ugly old witch in the Butterfly Valley now? The two of them could not help but look at the forest in the east. Because that was where the ugly old woman lived. Hey! Look, there are so many medicinal herbs there. Red fire glass tree, 9 suns flower, fire ginseng, blood ginseng, all of them are the most precious treasures. There's even a heart protection fruit. Just as Qin Feiyang and Fatso were feeling uneasy, a series of exclamations were heard. At this moment, everyone's eyes were locked on the sea of flowers in the south, their eyes full of greed. They're all mine. Some people with poor self-control even rushed towards the sea of flowers at once, looking a little crazy. Seeing this, Wang Hong's face darkened and he shouted, "All of you, stop." However, with all kinds of precious medicinal herbs in front of them, they were like beautiful little girls taking off their clothes and waving at them. They really could not resist such a temptation. They turned a deaf ear to Wang Hong's shout. Damn it! Wang Hong could not help but curse, his eyes as gloomy as water. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying pressure appeared, coming from the forest in the east. Qin Feiyang and Fatso's eyes trembled. This pressure was too familiar. It was that ugly old woman. Whoosh! As expected. A stream of light streaked across the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, the ugly old woman appeared in the sky above the sea of flowers. Moreover, without the slightest mercy, she immediately killed. Battle Qi emerged, covering the sky and covering the earth, carrying a shocking killing intent. Before those who were blinded by desire could react, they were drowned by the battle Qi and blood splattered on the spot. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and Fatso became more and more nervous. These were all inner palace disciples. Wang Hong and Jiang Chenqing were also present. But this old witch actually killed him without saying a word. Wasn't she too cruel? Most importantly, Wang Hong and Jiang Chenqing did not reprimand the ugly old woman. Not only did they not reprimand her, but there was also a trace of fear and respect in their eyes. This meant that the identity of this ugly old woman was not simple at all. Who else wants the medicinal herbs? After the ugly old woman finished killing, she stood with her hands behind her back and glanced at everyone coldly. She also noticed Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Her gaze was especially frightening. It could be said that no one present could compare to Qin Feiyang and Fatso's courage, but at this moment, they were all breaking out in cold sweat. Not to mention the others. Looking at the old woman's ugly face and her ferocious gaze, everyone's hearts were filled with extreme fear. Since you're in my territory, you have to abide by my rules. Whoever dares to have any ideas about the medicinal herbs here will have to die, the ugly old woman said. The murderous intent in her words was like sharp blades that penetrated deep into everyone's bones, causing their bodies and minds to tremble. The ugly old woman snorted coldly and suddenly turned her gaze, locking onto Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Oh no. The two of them immediately realized that something was wrong. The two of you, follow me, the ugly old woman said and flew towards the lake in the north. What should we do? Fatso's face was extremely pale. The old witch must have asked them to go alone to settle the score from last time. Qin Feiyang also felt very bitter. Why were they so unlucky to meet this vicious person again? The two of them could not help but look at Wang Hong and Jiang Chenqing for help. Go. As long as you don't act recklessly, she probably won't hurt you. The two of them laughed. Probably? Hearing this uncertain words, Qin Feiyang and Fatso's nerves immediately tensed up. Sigh. The two of them sighed deeply, gritted their teeth, and braced themselves to fly towards the lake. When the others saw this scene, their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Why didn't she ask them but only Qin Feiyang and Fatso to go? But one thing was for sure, it was definitely not a good thing. Wu Yang and Xu Yang, who had a grudge against Qin Feiyang, could not help but gloat. The lake in the north. The ugly old woman stood by the lake and scanned the calm surface of the lake, her eyes flickering. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and Fatso landed behind the old woman. They looked at each other, cupped their hands, and smiled. Senior, it's been a few years. How have you been? Senior. The ugly old woman lifted the corner of her mouth and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. She said playfully, if I don't remember, The two of you used to call me old witch. The two of them shuddered. That's all a misunderstanding. Actually, in our hearts, we respect you very much. You see, you're kind, virtuous, and highly respected. You even care for juniors like us. The two of us worship you from the bottom of our hearts. Old senior, you won't bicker with us two juniors, right? Fatso first put on a flattering smile and complimented the ugly old woman. Then, he asked carefully, "You really know how to talk nonsense?" Qin Feiyang secretly despised Fatso. This old witch did not seem to have anything to do with being kind, virtuous, or caring. Is that so? The ugly old woman looked at Fatso mockingly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you think so too?" Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Although he did not agree, he could only nod against his will. "Do you think I don't know? Right now, the two of you must be cursing me in your hearts. So, stop pretending." The ugly old woman glanced at the two of them in disdain. Suddenly, she flicked her finger and two black streams of light entered Qin Feiyang and Fatso's mouths like lightning. "What's that?" The two of them were surprised. The ugly old woman said with a smile, "The two of you should be familiar with it." Familiar? The two of them were stunned. But the next moment, their expressions changed and they hurriedly looked at their hearts. Immediately, they saw wisps of black air rushing towards their hearts. And they fused into their hearts very quickly, black malevolent poison. The two of them looked up and glared at the ugly old woman. The ugly old woman said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. The two of you were so arrogant last time. According to my character, I would have killed the two of you long ago." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "So, we have to thank you." The ugly old woman smiled. "If you must thank me, I'll accept it." Shameless. Qin Feiyang and Fatso cursed in their hearts on the spot. "Don't even think about detoxifying it. Ever since the two of you escaped last time, I studied it for a long time and finally concocted a black malevolent poison that no one can detoxify. In other words, the black malevolent poison that the two of you are consuming now is a modified version. Its toxicity is even more terrifying." The ugly old woman looked at them proudly. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "What do you want us to do this time? You are indeed a smart person. But this time, it's not to help me, it's to help yourselves. I don't think highly of the others, but I think highly of the two of you. You must win the battle of the 9 states." The ugly old woman said. Fatso sneered. "You don't have to say that. We will work hard too. Not work hard, but definitely. Otherwise, even if the mansion master comes to plead for you, I won't give you the antidote." As the ugly old woman said, she took out 2 palm-sized jade bottles, which were half filled with a transparent liquid. "This is the antidote to suppress the black malevolent poison. Take it every other month like last time. Remember, you must protect these 2 bottles of antidote well. Otherwise, you will die of the poison before the battle of the 9 states is over." After that, the ugly old woman threw the 2 jade bottles to Qin Feiyang and Jiang Chanxian. The two of them hurriedly caught it, afraid that it would fall to the ground and break. Then, without any hesitation, they poured out a drop of liquid and drank it. The ugly old woman glanced at the two of them playfully, then turned to Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing and said, "Bring them and follow me." After that, she flew towards the woods in the east. "Behave yourselves. Let's go." Wang Hong exhorted the disciples around him, then led everyone away in a grandiose manner. Qin Feiyang and Jiang Qianxian also grabbed the jade bottles and flew towards the woods in the east. "Damn it, when Fat Lord becomes stronger, I must find her and settle this account." Fatso was indignant. Last time, she only poisoned Qin Feiyang, but this time she didn't even let him go. It was too much. Qin Feiyang's eyes also flashed with cold light. After flying for a while, Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, do you think she lied to us?" He felt that the improved black malevolent poison was simply ignoring their words. Qin Feiyang said, "When we find the 6th grade elixir fire and refine an elixir fire with 5 elixir patterns, we will know. Then this antidote must be kept well." Fatso held the jade bottle with an extremely serious face. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Put these 2 jade bottles in the castle. Because the castle was the safest place. After giving the jade bottles to Fatso, he sent Fatso in. After a while, he came to the familiar wooden building. The ugly old woman entered the wooden building first. The others were waiting outside, at the same time looking around curiously. Wang Hong and Jiang Chenqing walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Did she do anything to you?" Qin Feiyang sorted out his mood and said with a smile, "No, maybe she found Fatso and I a little pleasing to the eye, so she called us over and gave us a few instructions." Pleasing to the eye. Not far away, Wu Yang and the others heard this and immediately showed disdain. It would be strange if such an arrogant person was pleasing to the eye. There must be something else. Wang Hong and Jiang Chenqing were also a little stunned. But when they heard that nothing was wrong, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Come in." After a while, the hoarse voice of the ugly old woman came from the wooden building. Everyone filed in and entered the hall. Immediately, they saw a dark passage on the floor of the hall, and the ugly old woman stood beside the passage. Everyone looked at the passage in surprise. But Qin Feiyang frowned.